Man, not cry music is so good. Also, I was making sound when I click the start stream button, which is a no-no, because like that means someone clicks on the VOD and they just hear. Anywho's, hello. It's a wonderful day where we can't get Flins yet, because I'm on NA. I was telling Twitch chat very briefly, we will hopefully be playing some Flins. But I don't have anyone. I tried to go on my Discord and be like, hey, anybody with like an EU account that had like Flynn's pre-farms, like already like a level 90 Flynn's, and you have a Nefa, and then hopefully have, you know, the other characters that are relevant to use at Flynn's. And nobody responded to me. No, apparently I'm not special enough. To be clear, I did this very last minute because I didn't realize until today. Or last night, really. But I didn't realize until today properly. I was like, well, wait. I probably want to stream, and it would be nice to play around with Flins before his banner is live. So I didn't think about trying to find someone ahead of time, but oh well. Anyways, Alfie, you got him C0, R1, might go for C1. Nice. Do you have a Nefa? I'm just going to keep on asking people in chat. Otherwise, we'll have to wait like 3.5 hours. Anyway, let me get my chat on screen, because I spent like an hour and a half on the phone with my mom, because I hadn't talked to my mom in a while. You should talk to your parents every so often. It's an issue you have as an adult sometimes. I mean, actually, it's just an issue you have in general in life with talking to people. It's not even necessarily an adult thing for me, at least. I had this problem when I wasn't an adult. It's just I lived with my parents before, so when I don't live with my parents, it's not very natural for me to be like, yes, I need to call my mom. So it'd been like over a month since I talked to my mom. Anyways, I didn't get any ping for the Discord. Well, I don't know. I just scheduled the stream and then went live almost immediately after scheduling the stream. So if you didn't get a ping from the Discord, it's probably because my mods didn't ping you yet. And I will ping myself manually if the mods don't in a second here. Sorry. Anyways, you did ping the Discord. Thanks, Sylveon. Appreciate you. Okay. Artifacts are still trash for Flins despite pre-farming. Mine aren't. Mine are pretty good. I did, by the way, I went and ran, I think I closed, did I close it? Let me see if I have it open, I could show it. No, I closed it. Shoot. I don't know why I didn't do this beforehand, but I ran just a quick check to see if Eonson or Shao was going to be better on polearms only. Like, my intuition was that Eonson would be better than Shao for, like, the last slot of a Flynn's team. So Flynn's on polearms only is going to be Candice, Anefa, Flins, right? For the main team, that makes sense. And then either Eonson or Shao in the last slot. And Shao being Animo for VV. That's the only reason. And we even build EM on Shao, not because we need more swirl damage, but simply because you build EM because the Nod Cry, the weird Nod Cry resonance thing converts, like for Animo units, right? It converts Animo units, give like lunar reaction, whatever damage bonus, from EM on Animo units. So that means I put EM on Shao. So yeah, full EM VV Shao is ideal. And when I plugged that in, I did indeed find my intuition was correct. In that is that Eonson is a little bit better than Shao. By a little bit better, I mean like a good 10%-ish. Maybe a little bit less than 10%, depends on if I can actually keep up the C6 buff or not, which I might be able to. So anyways, Eonson being better than Shao was not that unexpected because Eons, and that was with Noblesse, to be clear. Actually, no, that was without Noblesse. No, she was, oh yeah, shoot. I checked with Noblesse and without Noblesse. Without Noblesse on Eonson, Eonson was like 5 to 10% better. With Noblesse, she was like a good 20% better than Shao. So anyway, the reason though to use Eonson or not use Eonson for me on polearms only is just a matter of, do I need Eonson for another team? So Shao is still going to be a compelling teammate for Flins, but this is the eternal problem with Shao. Even for a supportive utility, it's like polearms only generally has better supports for like a character's best team, but maybe I will need Shao for like a compelling team option still, because he's not that bad. It's just VV on its own isn't enough to be better than, you know, a big attack buff and more energy. So anyways, oh, you didn't get you mean a ping for the Flins? Oh, well, I didn't want to ping everyone on my freaking Discord server about the Flins thing. I could, The reason I didn't ping everyone on my Discord server for the Flins thing is because I figured while I was live, I could try to find someone while live. So, anyways, if anyone is, my Discord is in the YouTube description. I don't actually know if I have my Discord linked anywhere on Twitch, but if you want to DM me on Discord and let me know you DM me, if you have a Flins, because I would love to be able to, I gotta wait like 3 hours to get him on my Polar Money account, but I would love to be able to test him before he comes out. So if you have Flins already like pre-farmed or whatever on an EU or Asia account, and I would like if you had a NEFA too. Not that I could test without a NEFA, but there was some people I already found that had Flins but no NEFA. I kind of want to be able, if I'm gonna go bother testing him on someone else's account, I would like to have an account that I can test with a NEFA. So, anyways, I ask why you've been streaming so late recently, because it's worked better for when I be waking up. Today was a matter of I had other things to do that I was waiting for. I had my mom that I was calling, and the fact that I didn't really want to stream for 10 hours straight when I also am going to have to work for another 10 hours because I'm going to have to get a video out for tomorrow, which is not the Flins wishing video. The Flins wishing video is actually probably going to come out either Friday or Saturday, probably Saturday. But anyways, because the Flint's wishing video for Polearms only, I'm gonna be not just a wishing video is my thinking. I'm probably gonna like fast forward through the polls. So you'll probably get the unedited experience of the polls on Polearms only, but then I will do the edited experience a little bit differently. So, anywho's, Polearms only is also NA. So yeah. Anyway, the reason that why I'm streaming later in general is because it works better for me. That's why. And I don't know. I might just transition to being a more, for me, an evening streamer. It might just work better for me at this point. Like I think part of my issue in trying to fix my sleepy schedule is that I keep on waking up at awkward times for trying to stream earlier, and then I usually just fail to wake up properly even, but then I still wake up and I just like screw up my sleep schedule further and then don't stream anyways. So anyways, because like I don't have the energy for it, and it's just like so yeah, I'm sorry if there's no way I can stream to everyone, because like I have viewers that are like in the US, I have viewers that are in EU, I have viewers that are in the Philippines, so like that is a smattering of time zones that there's not a possible way for me to stream for everyone at the perfect starting time at least. Right. But anyways, if I stream later in the evening for me, it would theoretically mean part of the stream would cover when EU people are at least waking up. So, anyways. You already play more in the afternoon, finish the evening, makes sense? Yeah. So, Ziox streams at 3 a.m. in EU? Yeah, I mean, isn't it almost 3 a.m. right now in EU? No, I think it's like 10 p.m., isn't it? Yeah, 10 p.m.-ish, depending on where you are. Anyways, what do we spend our resin on here? We spend our resin on, I guess you know what we can do? We can, until I find someone that will loan me their account for Flins, I will, we'll do our daily grind, but maybe we can attempt to clear the Drake with Lonyon and mess around with that. When you were streaming earlier is perfect for EU. Yes, I'm aware. That's part of the reason why I streamed at like noon my time, because noon my time was like a very good starting time for EU viewers, and I figured, you know, well, I don't know, there's still no perfect time. It's kind of bad for NA viewers if you're a person that goes to school in the day or whatever, or works on a weekday. Crazy idea. So I don't know. There's no ideal time. There really is just no ideal time. So it's what it is. I see Swing. Thank you. I see your DM. You have a level 80 with burst level 8. The burst level 8 I don't think is that big a deal. Okay, we'll wait a little bit. We'll see if anyone else wants to DM me. Flins does get a significant damage difference from being level 90. But the fact that you have a NEFA is meaningful. So yeah, anyone wants to DM me on Discord, feel free. If you're willing to loan me your account temporarily, just for some testing. I don't think Flins is not a crazy complicated character. Like, he doesn't have that many kinds of teams to test, really. It's mostly just like, do you have a Neva, and then you can try different Hydra units, but like different Hydra units aren't going to fundamentally change the damage. And then we could try things with like Dendro units on a team building level, whatever, weird teams, instead of like doing an animal unit kind of thing for buffing like Sucrose. And then from there, it would be we could do really meme things, like how bad is he for Shevers? But we'd have to have someone that would have like his skill and normal attack talent leveled up over Shevers, I guess. So, anyways, C1 could substitute a Neva. I mean, sure, on an overall damage performance level, yes. Not to me though. I would like to test with the Neva on a gameplay level. So, anyways, I'll check my DMs again in a second, but yeah, feel free to DM me. Thank you. Please. Crit rate, ER, attack percent on the DPS set, huh? And I'd say no. I feel like it has to be a double crit attack circlet to be worthwhile to consider using. It's the crown icon. New Lanian team? Yeah, not new to me. I've been playing it a little bit, but over the last few weeks, that is. But it works pretty well. It's definitely this is definitely one of the examples of like what I was talking about with Lanian yesterday, of a Lanian team that is Lanian gets decent damage, but definitely not like Lanian's personal damage is probably half of what it is with Frina Bennett, right? But we're adding more damage from a Neva compared to what Farina contributes. EM, high roll. There's a reality where I potentially want just all the EM substats, so maybe I keep this, but like, meh. Bennett Singcho and Neva feels pretty good with Flins. Yeah, that's probably worth testing. Actually, wait, does his... Can you? No, you can't, because you have to be in his skill state. I was trying to think if you could do shenanigans with like extra damage value from him having so much EM from overloads from a pyro infusion from Bennett rather than having his electro infusion. Like having like if Flynn's electro could be overridden by C6 Bennett, it would be better for him. Unironically, I think it would be. I get a new artifact set for Lanian? No, this is on her VV build, which is part of why she's doing a little bit less damage, because VV obviously just makes more sense here. But no, this is not new. I've had this build before. By the way, I feel like we failed all of our crits. What in the world? Okay. And in this team, this is probably not the ideal Neva build, I would guess. Because we probably are more concerned about Nefa's personal damage contribution. What the frick is this? Okay, I mean lock it, but like weird. Your vid on C2 Farina is still relevant. I think it's more relevant now than it was in the past. Like again, like if you're using Farina in the context where she has an ideal healer with her, the end point was that the fanfare generation thing doesn't do anything really, and it's just functionally that C2 is giving you extra damage in your Farina, and the fact that, you know, lowering Farina's damage in exchange for, I don't know, like the only reason I'm like kind of hesitating to say it's still relevant, yes, like the things I said in there I still would stand by. The only difference now is actually having Farina's C1, but also having Farina's C2 for more team options for Stygian is a relevant context now. That wasn't relevant before, obviously, because we only had 2 teams needed. Now that we need 3 teams, having Farina be more versatile for combinations of teams that can make Farina work and get damage bonus and not having, and like the fact that Stygian Onslaught requires, you know, potentially optimizing your gameplay more than you might have to optimize your gameplay in Abyss, ends up putting you in a what? Why did I just get double cryo gobleted? Okay, sure. Rosaria goblet, I guess. What was it saying? Oh, sorry. So yeah, the Freeness C2. Oh, hello, boy. You're the star of the show today. Here. Hey, look, everyone, we got Flins. Let me yap about Freeness C2 for a second. I wonder if I could just stay here the whole stream and pretend I have Flins. How many people wouldn't notice the dialogue prompt and wouldn't notice me standing behind him? Wait, I can do it better. Hey, look, we got Flins. We hide the character. Bam. We got Flins. Look, hey, I found an account with Flins. It's my account. We got Flins on NA early. Let's go. Sorry. Anyways, what was the saying? The wonderful boy. He distracted me. Oh yeah. Freeness C2. So Stygian Onslaught. Like I can tell you, I don't think I would have. It might have been possible for me to clear dire difficulty against the cactus. So I used a Nefa Dia C3 Dia with her weapon in a good build, and with Chevrolet C6 and Frina C2, and I cleared dire difficulty on the cactus. And Frina, yes, was on tenacity in that team. And I can tell you, if I didn't have Frina C2, like that's a meaningful damage loss for the team potentially, because of both the fanfare generation being faster in particular was noticeable. And anyways, Frina C2 also includes Frina C1, right? I still maintain that Frina C1 is a lot better than Frina C2 on average, because it just is universally relevant. And in hindsight, I can tell you, I would have been completely happy just getting Frina C1 and then not getting Frina C2. And my overall experience using Frina in the vast majority of use cases on my main account would be the same, right? Yeah, Frina C2 is like a weird mix of quality of life, or you can min-max abuse it with non-ideal healer situations. Which, like, Chevrolet C6 is one of those non-ideal healer situations where you can get... You go from like a C0 Frina would probably get like 50% damage bonus. With a C6 Chevrolet and fanfare optimization, whereas fanfare optimization with a C2 Frina gets the full 100% damage bonus, and gets it sooner than a C0 Frina. But C1 Frina also gives you immediate damage bonus extra at the beginning, so like C1 Frina does most of what C2 Frina does, even for like that team context, right? Or it does half of what C2 Frina does. And then if there's any extra fanfare, it converts to extra damage on Frina. But like extra damage on Frina isn't that necessary. But still, the extra damage on Frina with that dire difficulty Dia clear, I can tell you, was like not irrelevant. Like Frina's damage was definitely helping. And if I didn't have C2 Frina, I think I would not have been able to clear. Probably. Like I don't know. Not that I think it would be impossible, but I didn't either have the right builds on a Nefa or Dia. Right, I didn't have the right exact balance or right skills or whatever. And I think there's like gameplay I could improve from like clear. Whatever. Like I think C2 Frina helped a lot for me in that context. But it's still like a very min-maxy context, right? Like I really don't think getting Frina cons is super relevant, and Frina C2 I maintain is quite overrated by the community, especially today. I think it is, as time has gone on, especially as they've released more and more ideal healers for Frina. Like, if Duran is a freaking team-wide pyro off-fielder, Duran might supposedly be a healer. It's super loosey-goosey information, by the way. Don't count on it. It very well could be completely untrue. But, like, if Duran does whatever Duran does with off-field pyro and he's a team-wide healer, like, okay, it's yet another really strong character to slot with Frina. That would mean, like, probably an ideal healer with Frina that you don't need to be concerned about, like the faster fanfare generation, so it's just the extra damage that Frina gets, and like just like the extra damage of Frina isn't that important. So anyways, but it's also not technically irrelevant, so I don't know. In some ways it's more relevant now because Stygian means, good lordy, because Stygian means you have more contexts where min-maxing to the full extent you can min-max is relevant. And Farina constellations, support constellations, any constellation can be more valuable there. So, yeah. Anyways, let me check my DMs. Cry music, so good. See if anyone's shown up in my DMs so we can do some actual Flins gameplay. Okay. Brap. Oh boy, a bunch of people messaged me. Oh boy. Okay. I need to disable the streamer mode, so we might hear some bloops. I got Flins, but he is C4 and no Inefa. Oh boy. I mean, hey, maybe. I don't know. We got a few hours to mess around with things. What the frick does C4 Flins do? Let me check. Sorry. Flins.
What did you say?
Let's see. Constellation 4. I know what a C1 and C2 does. So C1 is like extra mini burst. C2 is lunar charge damage and electro res shred, but lunar charge damage on his normal attacks, which is cool. C4, where is it? Flynn's attack is increased by 20%. Wow. Additionally, his ascension talent is enhanced. His EM is increased by 10% of his attack. The maximum increases obtained this way is 220. Isn't his baseline not 100? So no, his baseline is 160. Okay, so C4 is 20% attack and 60 EM. Wow, that is okay. C4 Flins is one of the constellations of all time, I must admit. I'm assuming Carolis you're going for C6 to be clear. it's just like we 20% attack and 60 EM. Like, okay. Best of luck in getting a C6. Can lend my account with C2 R1 Flins. All you people with your friggin' constellations activated already. I mean, maybe. But okay. Everyone's going. Everyone's so starved for the male 5-star creatures in Genshin that they're just like, well, I only pull for male 5-stars, so I can just get him C6. Another person, Squishy Chimchin. I have Flins, but AC2. I'm not against playing a constellation with Flins, but I would like to play with the not constellation Flins first, is why. Well, let's go. I have a levels 90 C0, R0 Flins, double crown skill. Well, crowning the skill, by the way, isn't really relevant, but it doesn't hurt. It's not a damage downgrade. It's what I'm going to do on my Polarm account, because there's no reason not to, really. But anyways, you have a C0, R0 Flins. Let's go. I don't know what weapons you have. We'll see what weapons you have, but... Oops, I just accidentally grabbed my OBS window. Okie dokie. So let me respond to them quick. So, the Nor specifically. I didn't say your name out loud. Team is pretty much finally built. Sucrose, I know. And Nefa, you're free to move around for testing. Okay. For move artifacts for testing. Sweet. So yeah, we'll start with yours then. Maybe we'll do a higher constellation Flins for funsies though. Afterwards, because why not? Why not mess with a super overpowered Flins? Let me know. EBS. You get temp password setup. Alright, so we'll have to wait a second for them. But thank you, Noor. N-O-R. But anyways, working on it. Thanks. Alright, sweet. No rush, don't worry. We got 3 hours until he releases anyways. We got plenty of time. Alrighty. So we got into counter range. Again, should have done this ahead of time, but I couldn't really find anyone just on my Discord server. I should have pinged people, I guess. I just don't like pinging people. But it's fine. But yes, the bloops right now are me. I will probably mute the Discord after. So I apologize for the bloops. Where's my window that I minimized? There's my window. No, that is not. Oh, that is it.
What did you say?
I just moved it to the wrong page.
So
Alright.
every other phrase escapes my ears. Try
Do. All right, what should we do? What should we do while we wait? Scales on both, pretty sure. On EM? Yeah, he scales on EM and attack, but for what it's worth, I did a quick check because I peeked into Zajeff's testing of Flins, and he was on an account that had Flins on an EM Sans, and apparently it was a crafted EM Sans too. So the viewer account is on crafted and EM Sans, and it was like a nice 40 CV EM Sans, and there was no good attack Sans. So I went and checked real quick of like, oh, okay. I mean, that's such a good EM. EM is a damage stat for him, right? It's such a good EM Sans. So like, oh, we already got the information. Thank you. It's such a good EM Sans. Surely a 40 CV EM Sans is better than an attack Sans with no crit substats, right? Like an attack Sans with 0 relevant damage stats. Nope. An attack Sans, unless you're using Staff of Scarlet Sans, that is. And attack Sans just was better. And attack Sans with 0 good substats was better than a 40 CV EM piece. So it technically doesn't do nothing for his damage. It's better than like a death percent time piece. Don't get me wrong. And it might be worth considering using because of how good the 4-piece bonus is. So, yeah. Anyways, Discord sounds. Yeah, I kind of need the Discord sounds available to make sure I can do things properly with this. Happen to have a loot bar code, Mr. Streamer? Not today, but actually I do. I do have a loot bar code. I mean, okay, this stream isn't sponsored, so I'm not gonna give you it. But well, okay, maybe I should. I don't know. You know what? Screw it. Whatever. Frick it. I'll give you my sponsored loot bar code. The thing is, they're gonna be a little bit weird. Like, if they see data coming into this, they're gonna be like, wait, what? Why did I? No, you know what? No, I shouldn't. Sorry. No, I shouldn't. I wanted to give it to you because like, but I'm not directly getting a commission from the loot bar thing. I'm only getting a CPM from the loot bar sponsorship right now. I don't have a sponsorship where it's like I'm getting a percentage of sales or anything. So no, I'm not. I do have a loot bar code, but you're gonna have to wait for the code tomorrow because I will have a video sponsored by loot bar tomorrow. A very, very dumb video, but I hope performs well because there's a possibility even with it being sponsored I lose money technically. I sincerely hope that doesn't happen. The ER Sands? So ER Sands is interesting on him on like the potential for ER Sands to enable the big burst, uses big burst more often playstyle. It usually isn't going to make sense to use an ER Sands on him to enable the burst playstyle because like you're losing enough damage value from not having attack percent Sands. That's probably not worth it to do that. But it's also not technically irrelevant. So ER Sands is an interesting choice. Like I would certainly mess around with it, but I probably wouldn't craft a timepiece for him for it. Did I claim my dailies? I think I did. Yes. Good. Sorry. Didn't we get pieces that were relevant to level? I thought I did. Oh yeah, I got like this piece. What is my current Anefa piece? Sorry. Clap. Oh, it's an off piece. It's a very, very good off piece. Okay. I definitely would have preferred, you know, attack percent subset, I think. But sorry, we'll go test Flins in a second. Sorry for making people wait. But we got gambas to do. Okay. Okay. Oh. It hurts so much when you get like the triple max rolls, man. You get the triple max rolls and then it throws a def roll. Come on, there's a 25% chance for a bad stat. Okay. Okay. I think you're too low in volume. I think you don't have enough ears. Sorry. What do you mean I'm too low in volume? I might have been leaning away from the microphone a little bit or just speaking quieter. It happens. I don't know. Sorry, I'm a relatively soft-spoken individual. Was I actually too low in volume, or was it something else? Was it that there was loud music playing in the background relative to how I was speaking? So I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I get frustrated with people saying I'm too low in volume or something is too loud because it's not. It's usually relative volume that's a problem, not specifically one thing or the other. So it's kind of hard to figure out audio issues when people are not very good at describing what's happening on an audio level. So anyways, I'm not really trying to lash out at people. Yeah, I haven't changed any audio settings, so I don't know. Our poll's done? Well, I can't poll on this account, but we're going to go log into someone else's account to play around with Flins. I am on NA, so I don't get to poll for Flins on my Polarm account until 2 hours and 56 minutes from now. So, anyways, let's log in to, first of all, do this. Not that. There we go. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. I need to log out. Do. Bro got really offended. I didn't get offended. I was just explaining why I had a tone of annoyance in my voice. It's just like, because it makes me paranoid, because sometimes like I need to pay attention to people saying audio is a problem, because sometimes audio does have a problem. Things break, right? Nor I am attempting login right now. You should get a verification code in a second. Copy that. App. Okay, make sure I clear a clipboard. Okay. Bam. And so yeah, I was just explaining the context for why I was sounding like a butthole. I wasn't annoyed at someone being like, hey, there's an audio problem potentially. It's just saying my audio is too low when I don't even know when specifically that was happening. Because like when you're saying, oh, your volume is not loud enough, like I don't live in your head, so I don't know if it was literally just that circumstance of like, I got it, thank you, Nor. I don't know if it's literally just the circumstance. You're an EU account, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you. Right. I don't know if it's literally just a circumstance of someone being like, yeah, they just, whatever their volume setting is relative to whatever audio is happening in game, and I just speak low or I turn away from the microphone a little bit, do this. That's an exaggerated example, but you know, like, and they type out that message super fast because I was leaning away from the microphone for a couple seconds, which is my bad, but like, is that actually a setting that needs to be changed, or is it yada yada? You get the point. Anyways, I was not fundamentally in the right mindset. I think when I god damn it, I need to configure my stream deck so I could stop hitting the wrong buttons. So anyways, yes, and most people heard me fine, so that's why it's just like, anyways, I got annoyed when I didn't need to get annoyed, and that's why I wanted to explain the context. Sorry, you had red dots. What do you have a red dot for? Sorry, not that. Wait, what? Did you complete this event already? Oh, because it's one of the, yeah, I thought like the max score was that across the whole event, but then that's just the first day. What do you have for a red dot here? What does it say, a red dot? Oh, you haven't claimed the weapon. That's funny. Okay. Anyways, Arnoline subscribed with Prime 2 months in a row. Thank you, Arnoline. Is he fun? We're gonna find out. So we have a Jade Spear Flins, cool. C0. This is Noor's account, or what is their Genshin username? Blank. I'll call you Noor. This is Noor's account. We have 4-piece Knight of Skies Unveiling, Jade Spear. We have the wonderful Nefa on Catane. I think it's actually pretty easy to have more energy than you need on Catane with a Nefa and Flins. So this is a context where I think, especially actually the fact that you might be able to have a refined Skyward Spine. I don't know for sure, but I think there's a possibility you might get more value out of having your Nefa on Skyward Spine in this team. As an FYI. It's worth maybe like throwing it in a damage calculator to see if you actually need the energy. Because like I can tell you Catane is really valuable on a Nefa when she's solo Electro, but I think her energy needs might be low enough that it's not as relevant here. But anyways, you have her on Tenacity? Okay. So tenacity and Nefa, by the way, for Flins is kind of an interesting situation where like if you have really good tenacity pieces, it absolutely is like technically the best option. But and Nefa is doing enough personal damage herself that it's if you have also like a really good Guild of Dreams build or a really good 2-piece build, and it's going to depend on what weapon you have on her too, right? Yada yada. It's possible that tenacity and Nefa is not the best thing in this account. I'm probably not going to go and ship a ton of artifacts around to test that, to be clear. I'm just mentioning it as a potential thing here because this is certainly a usable build, I would say, but definitely not that impressive one. It's not the most impressive tenacity build in the world, which is fine. So, yeah, maybe we will. If I feel like a Nephis damage is underperforming, we can maybe tweak things around. And we'll check what are your artifacts in this set quick. It's decent. Just kind of curious what you got going because it could make sense for you in your case, right? The difference from my understanding in like using, you could use this artifact set on Inefa and then like use Noblesse on Ino, right? That's the same amount of total buffing for Flins. But then you put this set on Inefa because, you know, you're farming this set anyways and you get good crit pieces like this flower, for example. That's probably the direction I would recommend you head in. Like, technically, stat for stat, if you had literally the equivalent artifacts, it might be a little bit better to do Ino on this set and then Inefa on Tenacity, but that's assuming you had a good Tenacity build. And if you have a better build for Inefa's damage, because Inefa's damage does matter, in this set, you should probably, you know, use this set on Inefa and then a different set on Ino. Look at that Death Goblet, wow. Makes me kind of paranoid that some of these aren't locked, by the way, but oops, I almost just pinned a message by accident in Twitch chat. I mean that's an Inefa Goblet potentially. Hey, you have a crit rate circle with ER subset. I for some reason can't get that piece for some godforsaken reason. Tax circlet. Kind of perusing. Okay, interesting. So I feel like unless this goblet rolled incredibly well, probably doesn't make sense to run Inefa on right now on this set for you. I don't know. Maybe we should check it. How much fodder do you have? Are you fine with me leveling your artifacts? Because maybe it is worth checking. Because your tenacity build isn't that good, but I don't know. It's possible we see a difference. It's possible we don't see any difference. You do not have much. Okay. Well, you have a lot of fives. Jesus Christ. My God. What are you saving for in the straw box? Okay, you actually have a lot of things. Okay. Interesting. Run Exile on Inos to help Flynn use his big burst and rotations. Yeah, there's some fun min-maxy potential for that. I'm probably not going to mess around with that here. Well, I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Because there's stuff to do there. Do you have exiles? Let's see. You do have exiles. Do we have enough to actually do a 4-piece bonus? Circlet? Goblet? Timepiece? Oh, we need one more piece. Oh, God. And we probably would want an off-piece timepiece, realistically. Okay, we're probably not going to do exile shenanigans on Ino, but it is a thing you could theoretically do. I don't think it's actually worth it, but anyways. The ads are like 2 times as loud, so it's a bit of a jump scare. Oh, well, yeah, I'm sorry. Blame Twitch for that. I can't possibly have my audio cranked so loud. Like when I'm talking, for example, right now, this is me talking a little bit louder, right? I was talking a little bit more relaxed a little bit ago. But like when I actually talk a little bit louder, I occasionally go into the red, like of where like OBS is like, hey, little bit of a warning, you're probably too loud here, kind of thing is what the recommended thing is. And like my audio settings, I'd say, are relatively balanced, and it's just the curse of stupid bullshit with capitalism and ads murdering your ears. Did you know there's a regulation in the United States for television ads not being over a certain volume? But that regulation is only for TV ads. It doesn't exist for online ads, which is lovely, right? So, Flynn's energy refund allow you to use the normal ultimate and other rotations? Maybe. Depends on your energy recharge and the exact situation you're in. For Abyss versus Stygian versus whatever. So, anyways, we'll try what you have now. I didn't actually see if you said in the chat whether or not I could level up your things, and I didn't hear a Discord bloop from you. But you do have an attack timepiece that is not incredible, but very usable on potentially for a Nefa. But you don't have a double crit, whatever. Actually, I don't know. Okay, so the real one that is like potentially really good is definitely this piece. Can we level this piece at least, Nor? Relaxed Luna sounds similar in volume to louder Luna for me. Yeah, I can tell you right now I'm speaking at a louder volume, and then like right now I'm speaking more like relaxed, right? So that's generally the volume difference. But it's more. I think people's ability to hear me happens more with like tonality than anything. If you can go for it, I don't know how many mats I have. Okay. Well, you had a bunch of level 20 artifacts that were unlocked. And I don't know if maybe these were unlocked because you just manage your artifacts differently than I do, right? I'm like, I don't want to throw away that. But like, if I leave an artifact unlocked, it's usually because I'm willing to throw it away. Like, I wouldn't throw away that either. That I'd probably be willing to throw away. So that was the main thing, because you didn't have much fodder other than your leveled pieces here. So I'm assuming you're probably fine with me throwing away this piece. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is a 3-liner. Just want to make sure, because some of these pieces I'd have to go look at your other artifacts. If you have something that's objectively better than this, then maybe this piece is a throwaway piece, right? But like, no. Okay, cool. Let's see. I believe streamer luck engage for a quality Nefa piece. I mean, attack percent is really good on her, and those were high rolls. It's just, you know, crit is nice. But hey, it's not flat attack, and that's something. So honestly, not bad, especially how high roll value that was. Okay. Well, you got a lot of attack substats. It's unironically not a bad piece, but it's a little weird as far as balancing the rest of your stats. I actually think it's a pretty quality Nefa piece. I would be happy with that in my main account right now, I can tell you, because I'm a weirdo in particular, and I'm trying to run triple attack percent Nefa for maximum EM buffing. But in your case, you probably like would do crit rate circlet. Okay. I don't know. It rolled well enough that I think it's worth checking. Okay. Well, the problem is you didn't have much crit rate in your. Not getting much crit rolls here means you need more crit rate elsewhere, right? This is like a crit rate circlet situation for sure. Okay. Well, unless this goblet, we're gonna take this goblet to level 8, and we'll see. You have so much 5-star fodder. Yeah, that's kind of cope. You're not gonna reroll that. That'd be silly. Okay, I mean, sure. Let's gambit. Weird. Again, I don't know what the state of their whole artifacts are, so it's hard for me to gauge whether or not it actually makes sense to throw away these pieces. Like this piece, I would absolutely not throw away personally. There's no reality I would throw this away on my main account. This one's a little bit weirder. Was this a 4-line? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a 4-line. I would definitely not throw it away. Does a Nefa EM buff have a limit? Nope. It does not. That's a weird piece. It's simultaneously quite good, but also looks bad. For Nubilet, of course. Level 17 this? Okay, you're sure this is fine? Okay. I wasn't sure about this one just because like it does have 3 good stats for Flins. 1, 2, 3 rolls. It is a 3-liner, so yeah, I can see why. Alright. Current feather's better. Cool. Okay. Let's see. 2 more crit rolls. Okay, I'm just gonna feed 5-star fodder, and if that's wait, you know, we still have bottles, don't we? We still have bottles. Aw. Okay, it's still kind of great. It's still kind of perfect. Okay. All right. Can we make it work? All right. Sorry, we are gonna take a peek at it, see if this makes sense. Didn't expect a 12 crit rate goblet. Do. I'll keep tenacity here though. Where's there we go. Okay. If we need more crit, we have that. But yeah, let's put the high attack percent piece on. I do kind of feel like it would make sense. Can we? No, darn. No, I was just checking. Oh wait, this is available for you. Interesting. Do you have fragiles? You have a lot of fragiles. Okay. Okay, I mean, if we need the crit, and I do think this would probably end up being better in a Flint's team. I'm pretty sure. For an F. I'm not 100% certain. Sorry, we've immediately gotten distracting. I'm going to account fixing mode. God damn it. We're like trying to min-max your Nefa. Attack time piece there. I don't think there's anything else. Okay. And then we need a feather. Which... Crit rate, crit damage. Okay. Feather situation's a little more cope. For sure. But what happens if we put this on and then we put a crit rate circlet on? I feel like it's going to be too low of crit rate, which is part of what I was thinking with the with the Skyward Spine. Yeah, probably that. All right, it's a pretty cracked piece. All right, what does that look like without leveling the feather? That's okay. That's usable. That's actually very usable. I mean, the ER is hopefully fine. Well, no, this is with the Katane. Yeah, Katane is fine. Yeah, never mind. All right, sure. Let's level this. Wait, it's not a 4-line. Okay, this is a 4-line. All right, we have 2 pieces to level. I think I'm gonna level this first because ER attack percent, crit damage, just more good stats. We probably don't need the ER though, so it might actually just be worse than this piece. Okay, you know what, we'll try this piece first. So I think we probably don't need the ER. Oops. And let's see, what else was there? Alright, sorry. This is not what I intended to do in this account, but NF is an important component of the Flins team, so I think this is a nice lesson in... yeah, tenacity and NF can be best in slot, but in this case I think it's probably better for us to run this artifact set, and then we run a different set on Ino. This one's a weird one. Like, I don't like throwing away super high EM runs. You can check the lock ones too. I mean, that's a lot of things. Okay, well, actually, real question. So 5-star artifacts actually give a lot of XP. You can see. Were you saving for a particular strongbox? Because we could just use the 5-star fodder, the level 0 fodder. Otherwise, if you're sure that you have, if you don't need this like EM circle, which you probably don't need this. Like this is probably the worst one here. I'm assuming. The amount of circumstances where you need an EM circlet in Golden Room is relatively rare as an onset piece, and you probably have better off pieces, right? So, team fixing instead of account fixing, yeah. Gonna wait until we know what set's best on Durance, or I'm saving EM. Okay, sure. Wait, saving EM or you're saving Were you saving this? You can trash them. Okay, so I can trash these. Yeah, okay, cool. Instructors, I know. We can test instructors, we can test exiles, and we can test noblesse. I think noblesse will be stronger. Okay, them. Okay, you okay. All right. We'll do this then. This is just gonna be the simplest option. Plus, we'll see if we get crit damage in the first few levels. Wow. Do I bother? It's still possible. It's like we'll go to 12. It's okay. Quality. All right, sick. Alright, I can only get lucky with one piece apparently. Where is the piece? There's too many artifacts here. Alright. Surely. Crit damage, please. Thank you. Again? No, attack percent is the second best one. Honestly, attack percent and crit damage are pretty similar damage value-wise. It is similar enough. Oh, that one hurts a little bit. That one hurts a little bit. Okay, this is definitely not a permanent piece for Nefa, but I mean that's kind of cope. You gonna keep this? Is this gonna get us to? Oh, that's more XP than we need. Okay, never mind. Let's not waste the XP. Okay. Well, you didn't say you wanted a strong box or anything. You said I could throw these, so let's just continue doing these. Double? Oh, come on. We do need to have a fully leveled flower. That'd be pretty bad if we didn't. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a quality artifact there. Can't get lucky everywhere, but honestly, this onset goblet is like such a big win that it's fine. It's fine. All right, this is a really weird Nefa build that has a whack ton of attack percent substats. So yeah, next question would be, do you want me to go and level your Skyward Spine? It wouldn't take that long. This shouldn't be that hard to craft. Or we can go farm some Ruin Guards while we test Flins in Overworld. And then we can get some more crit from this. And I think it would be meaningfully better for overall team damage. Go for it? Alright, frick it. Let's go. Alright, we have like slightly more crit, to be clear, than we had before on Nefa on the Tenacity build. This is a better build than we had before, for sure. But also not incredible. This was not an incredible improvement for Nefa's damage, but it is better because she has meaningfully more attack in particular, so she will buff Flins more. And she, well, actually no, maybe it is a lot better because of how much attack she only had like 2k attack on the Tenacity build, right? So no, this actually should be a lot better. It looks like it's mostly the same, but that attack stat is so much higher that I think it's actually quite a lot better. This is with a level 80 weapon. So, anyways, wait, actually, what is her attack stat with Catane? You can see the actual increase in attack that we had. Yeah, Catane is a really good weapon for her. I think it's not as good of a weapon as it is with Nefa in other contexts because her energy needs are so much lower. Yeah, we have like 500 more attack. If I recall correctly, we had about 2100 or 2200 or something. We've gotten a lot more attack, which is better for Flynn's and a lot better for Nefa's talent damage. So yeah, this was a very significant damage increase, I think, for Nefa before we even get into like Skyward Spine. We don't need to refine or anything right now, but you could consider it in the future unless you wanted to keep a separate one leveled up for Raiden or something. But anyways, that'll give us 84 crit rate. A little bit of an imbalance ratio, but who cares? Could do crit damage circlet, I guess. We should check that now that I think about it. Because maybe you have a really cracked crit damage circlet. For an off piece, 10%. No, I'm thinking we need like a 15% crit rate piece. I mean, Alhaven's, I don't know, it's pretty good. Okay. Well, yoink. Aw. Aw. We need a flower. We need a flower with double crit. You just need a flower with double crit, and then suddenly you have a pretty cracked Nefa build. Ah, darn. Okay, it's fine. We'll go back to what we had before. This was really good too. All right, there we go. Sure. Let's go. Let's level this up. Why not? I think it'd be funny to go and level this up. Do you have Stardust? You don't have much Stardust. Okay, we're not going to waste your resources on Stardust then. Okay, sure. Let's do our first experience with Flins in Overworld. You now should be on Noblesse. We'll try our Noblesse first. We might try our on other things. I think having flexibility for doing different artifact sets on Ino is preferable, in my opinion. This will let us try weird things like Instructors and probably not Exiles because we didn't have them. Oh, you don't really have Instructors pieces either. Oh, shoot. But you have more. You have a Goblet. You have Feathers. Oh, No, there's no flowers. No. No. We really needed a flower. Really needed an instructor flower because then we could have just done an off piece. Okay, I guess we're not doing instructors, I know, but oh well. Either way, you will have the flexibility to do it. We are just going to do noblesse. You have surprisingly few noblesse pieces. Okie dokie. You have... my god. Okay, I guess we're yoinking your beta pieces. I'm sorry. I did not realize you were... my god, you have no noblesse pieces. Please farm noblesse. Actually, this is something I should have commented in my live stream yesterday. One of the #1 lessons I took from... you're using EM Goblet Armor, we should do ER. One of the #1 lessons I took from last year with, like, that I didn't really comment on much. Okay, well, we might end up playing with Farina, so I actually prefer not to yoink her piece, even though that would be the ideal piece. Sure, I mean, we yoinked Bennett, so why not just yoink all of Bennett? Our crit rate is usable. It's usable. Is this an R5 Av? It is. Yeah, it's usable. We're fine. We'll be fine. This is a functional, I know. Alright, oh, she's also level 90. Nice. But yeah, one of my #1 takeaways from last year with, like, the scroll set was how much I realized, and just how they started balancing main DPS too. But I realized, I was like, okay, I really want the ability to have all the options for support artifacts, because min-maxing support builds, in my experience, did matter. Hey, it's another Flins. 2 Flins is for the price of 1. So being on an account that's like only has 1 noblesse set is just like crazy to me. With how much I value having options for the support sets. Anyways, it's fine. Let's go. Flins' build, by the way, is perfectly fine. So that's a cracked as hell feather. Nice. This is a perfect feather. Other than, you know, unfortunate min rolls and the attack percent, but whoop-de-doo. Yeah, that's cracked. That's pretty good. Pretty dang good. And that is cracked. What the? You have the perfect circlet. I mean, you prefer an attack percent crit rate or ER roll, to be clear. But like, my god. All right. Yeah, it's a good Flint's build. Tiny bit overcapped on crit. It's possible we might actually end up needing a tiny bit more ER, for what it's worth. But so I guess if we need to, we can do that. Is this a 4-line? I didn't mean to hit reset, but no, it's not a 4-line. Oh, we have this. Okay. Actually, wait. I mean, that's barely worse than this anyways. Okay, I'm just going to switch to it. I think it... well, no, we're not going to switch to it yet. But if we need to, this is barely worse for crit value. And it has ER. His ER needs are like 120%-ish, I believe, with a Nepha. But it might not actually be functionally that because of like fab triggers and whatever. Okay, Wandering Even Star. Nice. Okay, interesting. R3 Even Star. I don't know how an R3 Even Star will compare to Twiddling Tails, but I'm fine with keeping R3 on her. It should be good enough to keep on her over the other option. And then you're gonna have damage that's more consistent than with Widzith, than with Thrilling Tales, where Thrilling Tales you would every other rotation you would have the buff up on Flins. So it's fine. VV 860 EM, cool. Yep, nice. Alright, everything was fine. I think we are good. So let's just go finish leveling up this. And yeah, so obviously the total attack buff you get, by the way, from this is obviously less than what you will get from Widzith, but it's attack for both Inefa and Flins, and then you also recursively get a little bit more EM for Inefa and Flins. Not a lot more, like it's probably a tiny bit more, but you know, you can kind of double dip a little bit on the value for, so Even Star is very much a consideration, and I believe Like, R1 even star is definitely worse than Widzith. What brain? Widzith. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Brain. And R3 is probably in the territory of like similar performance, maybe better on average than Thrilling Tales. Probably still worse than Thrilling Tales technically, but probably close enough that it makes sense to use. So yeah. Anyways, we have options for different goblets if we need more ER on him, so we're good. We're chilling. All right. So this is a very good Flint's build. Cool. But yeah, let's go perfect Nefa while we're at it. I'll go get this first. Do we have any of these? No. Literally nothing. Alright, nice. Event weapon not good on Ino. If we struggle to trigger Fav, we'll use it on her, but it's not better than... Like, I mean, it'll increase damage very, very minorly because Ino's Hydra application is being used to calculate the non-talent damage portion of Flynn's damage, or sorry, of Nefa, of the team's damage, not of the character's damage, because there is the reaction damage, the non-talent lunar charge damage that happens on screen. So that's like the 10-15k numbers we'll see if the lunar charge hits, but it's not really that important. Like you could have a level 40 Ino here, for example, and you have way less talent damage, or not way less. You have a little bit less talent damage, or a little bit less normal reaction, non-talent damage. God, I love that they made the. It's so annoying that they made like talent reaction damage. It just because like my brain slips up and says words minorly wrong, and then that completely communicates the wrong thing. I'm sorry. It's all confusing and messy because Mahoya made it confusing and messy. Should I pull for Flins or never? I mean, Flins, if you want to have his strongest... do you care about having character strongest teams? If you don't, then just pull for whoever you want. If you do care about having character strongest teams, do you have a Nefa for Flins? Did you get Llama for a Nefer? So, yeah. Anyways, opinion on pulling Flins without owning a Nefa, he should be perfectly fine. We'll probably go and test, actually. What do you... So you have Oron... You have a C6 Oron. Nice, okay. So we can definitely... Ooh, with elegy. We can definitely try Oron. We can definitely try the Almighty Fish with a night. Okay, Thundering Pulse Fish. Yeah, a little bit of a cope visual, but it's fine. We could nice Archaic Patrick. Anyone else that makes sense to try? But just Fischl and Oron will make sense to try. I mean, we could do others, but I'm not going to test Electro Traveler. I'm sorry, I refuse. But we could try Eon's on. C3 Eon's on, yeah. We could try Eon's on in place of Nefa as well. And like I'm pretty sure I bet with this Flynn's build, we will be able to clear Fearless difficulty in the Fatui, for example, without a Nefa. So, and yeah, and like the difference with like Nefer without Llama compared to the difference with Flynn's without a Nefa is bigger. So like Nefer wants Llama more than Flynn's wants a Nefa, but a Nefa is still really nice for team options for Flynn's, especially for defensive utility. But anywho's, this is the Hydro Slime thing, right? Yeah. Strap. And ramp. That's a great animation. All right. Oh, we don't have Hydro going. Whoops. I didn't do Hydro before because it was Hydro Slimes. Alright, Bap. Oh, I didn't even check. Was this Ino C6? I don't know. Wait, okay. Nope, C3. That's fine. Kind of figured. Most people probably will not have Ino C6 and going for C0 Flins. Ino C3. Yep, thank you. Alright, here, do this time. I should have waited to do that, whatever. Can I get a... No, I can't get a... whatever. Okay. Do the big burst, why not? Because I can. I mean, actually, okay. You know what? For farming utility, now I think about it, big burst probably makes sense fairly often. Also, we get so many energy particles in this domain that big burst just probably makes sense from that level too. Then we have to use some fragiles. Is that your Discord? Yes, it's my Discord. Actually, here, I can... I kind of don't want to. Wait, no, I can just... Well, Nora's the only... Sorry, you're just going to have to deal with it. I want to let Nor be able to message me in case I need to communicate with him. We have 7, 5, 12. That is 4. We'll do at least one more run. Okay. Yes, I am on someone else's account, and I want them to be able to message me. So sorry. Have to deal with the Discord bloops. I could mute them, I suppose, but I want to be able to have it there. So, but Nor, if you want to avoid Discord blooping. Perhaps. Avoid Discord blooping, and if I don't ask you to message me, just for the other people's not to be triggered by the Discord bloop. Check their messages. Can I change the Discord bloop sound? I feel like that's the best solution. Is there a setting for that? Can I just change the sound? Notifications. Sounds. Not no. There's no obvious setting in the. I found where it would make sense to put it at least. Okay. Send a message every 5 seconds for fun. Yeah. All right. That might be enough. I don't know if this account has Mona to get extra materials, but let's see. It's large room to improve because we don't have any Hydra units that have new power budgets that really synergize with them. Yeah. Most likely, presumably, Flins will be strengthened by Columbina releasing, and Columbina will likely give him more team flexibility. It presumably will Columbina will presumably uplift his non-Nefa team options to a meaningful degree. Like, I can tell you, like, Nefer, you're definitely gonna want Llama probably for Nefer. But like, Flynn's, depending on what Columbina's kit looks like, Flynn's very much might be more of like a Kinich situation where like Kinich liked having Emily, but you know, post other characters that released, Kinich has non-Emily teams, right? That were quite compelling too. Flynn's might end up in a similar circumstance post like Columbina release, but we don't know what Columbina's kit is, so who knows, right? Right now, it's quite desirable to have an Nefa for him, but we'll test it. We will test it. Hello, Nefa. We need to make 6 of these. I'll just cover them all. I think we are borderline. We'll see if we need the extra refunds, perhaps. Okay, another refund from Mona. Thank you. And we have exactly enough. Let's go. Bamp. What the frick? Alright, well, you got a refund for leveling a Fav or something in the future. These are like one of the best ones to get extras of, so. Anywho's damage bonus does nothing for him. Yep. Actually, wait. One thing I didn't check. Any of the people, by the way, that messaged me that had like that offered for me to test a high constellation Flins, do you have a Key of Kajna suit on your account as well? Because something I am interested in testing. Oh, frick, you have a Key of Kajna suit. Oh, okay. Never mind. We can test on this account. Okay, I lied. I didn't expect to see this many 5-star swords, to be honest, because like this seemed like a more free-to-play account. So anyway, I'm jealous of your freaking Skyward swords. Anyways, we can test Key of Kajna suit. Because you can do a funny thing in that you could just skill every other. Like, Freena's skill lasts 30 seconds, right? You don't burst on Freena because the damage bonus doesn't really do anything. It doesn't do nothing technically, but it's probably not worth the animation time, right? And then Key of Kajna suit means the EM buff, so in your case, Farina might be a better teammate than your Ino C3 because of Key of Kajna suit, I would say, which is funny. And yes, we would put like, actually, which artifact set did we put on her? Oh, we put Tenacity on her. Yeah, we put Tenacity on Farina. We'll put your Cope Tenacity artifacts on her. Anyways, we need robot materials, right? Sucrose should be a little better theoretically. Well, not if she doesn't give us anything. Yep. Double, please. Yes, one more. Thank you. Okay, we need 7 more. Alright, that should not take very long at all. Go hunt down some Ruin Guards. Take a drink of water. Yeah, what's the story behind the Hurons, Nor? Let's have some story time from Nor while we do the Get some robots. I feel like with I can probably estimate this. I think you're gonna go up to like 2800 attack with Skyward Spine leveled up fully. By the way, I'm pretty sure the base attack increase will be about a 200 total attack increase. And that's kind of insane. 2800 attack on a Nefa before any other like attack buffs in the team or whatever, right? Is insane. Like for reference, I have a triple attack percent Nefa build on my main account on the same artifact set, and she has 3k attack with triple attack percent. Like, you're getting close to what my Nefa do without triple attack percent. Okay, you just died with it. Okay, yeah. Yoink. Was that story time bloop? I had the settings up on Discord. Oops. You forgot, but you think you wanted to get Raiden signature when she's running with Ayato. Yeah. Double lost to Haran. Haran's actually one of the more okay sword stat sticks. You have a Skirk you could use it on, potentially. Oh, well, you have Azur's Light. Never mind. I see no Clarind. I use Haran and Clarind. I was glad. One of the nice things of getting Clarind on my account was I was like, hey, I have a use for Haran. Well, I guess someday you'll find a use for your Harans. Whoa, wait. Sorry. Why does he have a magical girl twinkly sound effect when he plunges? Which is particularly funny considering he has a line when he's in his skill state, he literally can't plunge. It's not allowed. You just fall. Why does he have a twinkly star effect like when he plunges? He's got a magical girl sound effect. He's a fae because he's a Disney prince. He has a Disney princess. That's true. Spoiler erase. Okay. So if there's any future people like him that we get that's playable, they also have twinkly sound effects. Alright, tap. Don't kill me. Oops, can I switch my character? I blame EU like for that. Alright. We're not doing anything with Flins. These enemies are not that strong. That was an instructor's piece. ER? Nope. Rip. Yes, he is a pretty princess. Lisa on standard banner. Wow. Congrats. I got a random Fremine on standard banner on polearms only. A lot of them just did farming on polearms only before I started the stream. Well, I was talking to my mom actually on the phone. And hello, sir. And I got a random Fremine, which turned into a wish refund. So we have one extra wish for Flins, thanks to Fremine on polearms only. Let's go. We're all winning from standard wishes today. I saw Zajef got a Nikila Favonia randomly from standard banner as well on his EU account, which is a pretty big win for his EU account. His Bennett became stronger. And I had a funny thought. I was like, wow, this is like the first, because Zajef almost always, like, other than standard banner pulls, he always like doesn't show he'll do his pulls on stream, but he won't, like, he'll just, like, you know, put up a blocker, right? He'll have his face cam on so you can see his reaction, but he won't actually show you the pulls. Which I don't know if he does that on the principle of, like, being anti-Gamba content, or if he just does that because it annoys people. The real answer is probably both. He probably does it because it annoys people and because he's anti-Gamba content. But anyways, I was like, wow, this is the first time I've ever seen Zajef get a 5-star in his content, because he never shows his pulls. So it was the first time I ever saw Zajef get a 5-star. He says it's because of anti-Gamba. Yeah. I think he also likes that it annoys people, though, because it's Zajef. Zajef really likes annoying people. I understand. Gamba content is the worst. How do people like it? Well, Aqua, you're going to watch my Gamba video tomorrow, right? I make Gamba content usually from a context of don't do as I do, I am stupid. And that is definitely what my Gamba video is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the stupidest Gamba video I have done. I watch all your videos, so that's different. I see. Yeah. But anyways. Wham. Wham. That's a really good animation. I like it. I don't know if I'll like his overall gameplay forever and always. I think he doesn't have like much nuance for his combos because his normal attacks don't really matter other than doing normal attacks to get energy particles. Like you want to do the attacks. These wings look pretty nice on him. These are the concert wings, I think. Are they? I don't remember where they're from. They might be the concert wings, but anyways. Vicarious gambling is a lesser evil. Yeah. Like I think it's obvious why people like the gambling content, because you can get some of the dopamine from the gambling without any of the risk of you doing you spending your in-game resources on a banner or real world money. So anyways, I hope my really stupid the video about it, I'll just spoil for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, because I've been talking about it a little bit lately, but is I have C6 Galon on my main account and C6 Galon, and I also have C6 Mona, Dia, and Kaching. So I was like, technically this is like one of the weird ideal circumstances of if you want to wish specifically for the purpose of getting level 100 material, how much money do it cost in an ideal circumstance? Like in a similar circumstance could be like, for most people, I think like most people who didn't do stupid things like getting a C6 Galon. I keep on forgetting to do the second skill, by the way. I'll get used to it. But people who don't do stupid things like doing a C6 Galon, like let's say when a Chronicle banner rolls around, when you can wish on a standard banner character. Let's say when Dia and Tignari were just on Chronicle banner, right? If you already had C6 Dia or Tignari, you could theoretically choose to specifically spend your wishes wishing for past C6 Dia just to be able to get level 100 material, or just to get level 95 100 material, so you can level 100 your best boy. And yeah, no, and I didn't get Flins on my main account. It's not even possible yet because the banner's not up. But anyways, the point is. The point is, I think it's an interesting concept. I think it's an interesting, stupid concept. I don't think it's I don't think this question really needs to be answered. The point of the video is to illustrate that you really probably shouldn't do this. But I think it's also a fun community video because I'm going to let people vote on what character to level 100. And it's not going to be good characters. It's going to be all like low value level 100s. But still level 100s that would be fun to do something with for content, right? So anyways, I'm planning to do a video that's how much money does it take to level 100 a character. So we have to get three Masterless Star Glitter on the Yelan banner. So that means so in the worst case scenario, this would mean like go to pity, like all pity, 50-50 losses, no earlies, would be like 450 pulls, right? Which would if it gets to the point where I'm like 300 wishes in and I only have one Star Glitter or something, I might have to stop. If I only have one Masterless Fortuna Star Glitter, whatever the hell they're called, the Ascension material. If it gets to the point where I'm 300 wishes in and I only have one, I might have to stop, because we'll see. But we'll see. Surely I don't get that unlucky, right? Like I would have to go to pity, lose 50-50s, to Yale, like lose 50-50s to not Mona, Kaching, or Dia, right? Like there's like a 75%, there's probably not 75, there's like a 65 to 70% chance that any 5-star I get when wishing on Yelan banner turns into a Masterless Fortuna. Like it theoretically shouldn't take that much, and depending on like early 5-stars and whatever. So anyway, we probably have enough materials now, but we'll go kill this dude. So yeah, I think this glider is not a glider you can get anymore. I don't think, unfortunately. By the way, this is a concert glider. This is the concert from 2023, I believe. I know it was. I remember going to see the concert, and it was the patch before Farina came out. The reason I know that is because I remember talking about Farina coming out the next patch with people at the Genshin concert. uh, and I remember being talking about, yep, I've done like 50 hours of work trying to map out Freena's Hydra application patterns. Well, the answer is she doesn't have a pattern, but well, she does technically. But anyways, rip the chickens that I murdered apparently. Replace Aino with Moika. I want to see if he's any good in Overvape. Well, you don't replace Aino. You need a Hydra unit. You'd have to replace Sucrose or an Effa. You don't replace the Hydra. If you want to Overvape, you can't replace the Hydra unit. So we could try a weird off-field Pyro unit doing Overvape. If Flins does if Durin does Red Shard, that actually might be a not irrelevant concept post Durin release. So, anyways, we need 4 more. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have enough. Bramp. Wow, thank you, Sucrose. Okay. You gonna pull for Nefer? I am interested in Nefer. I don't love how, like, I don't love her design. She seems like a more boring version of Skirk to me. In a sense. But on my main account I have the investment. Oh, you got lots of them. Nice. Oh, God dang it, whatever. Just what was the thing? Never seems like a more boring version of Skirk to me, kind of. But I still think I'm gonna like Nefer with, like, in the same way I like Skirk outside of free steams. I think I am going to like Nefer outside of just doing hypercarry Nefer with Llama. But the real determiner for me is that Lanyard is supposedly coming back next patch, and I want C6 Lanyard, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, I was right about 200 attack. So yeah, this is a lot of attack. That's so much more attack than you have with Katane. I think this is going to be meaningfully better for the whole team's damage, and the ER needs should be perfectly fine. We still have 170. We have more ER than we need. So, anyways, all right, we'll go. We're gonna start in Abyss, not because I think we need to do all of our testing in Abyss. I just want to see him stomp the Abyss for first, and then we can go. Then we can go do whatever. I swear you made yourself quieter when you rebalance your game audio. I didn't rebalance the game audio at all this stream. But I might have just made myself quieter by doing something stupid with my positioning or something. I don't know. Here, maybe I'm slouching my chair. I am slouching my chair a little bit. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. Here, resituate. Okay. Or do you mean like when I got my new computer? Because I did have to rebalance some audio things when I got my new computer, because for whatever reason, the same exact audio settings, which worked for me before on my old computer, didn't work in the new setup, so I had to tweak things. So, anyways, is Gilded still best on an Effa? Yeah, you can use Gilded Dreams on an Effa. I didn't actually look at this account's Gilded Dreams artifacts when I think about it. Like, an Effa does enough damage in Flynn's teams that, depending on like that's very good. Depending on your relative investment, that's very good. That's very good. Okay, we should probably test Gilded Dreams on an Effa. We'll test in Stygian though, where it'll be easier to notice the value of that. We'll probably have to do an offset goblet, and then oh yeah, we have that cracked. Okay, yeah, you actually have a cracked Gilded Dreams build, so we should definitely test. Remind me if I forget. We should definitely test Gilded Dreams on an Effa, and we put this set on. I know. So that would mean we lose a little bit of buffing for Flins, but we make a Nefa do meaningfully more damage, right? And we can see how that works out. Presumably, I honestly think it'll be worse. I think it'll be worse actually than what we have going currently though, for the whole team's damage, but I could be wrong. But it's going to be the relationship of like what is like the relative difference between your Flins' damage to your Nefa's damage. The lower quality your Flynn's build, or like if you don't have a Jade Spear or a signature weapon or whatever, right? The lower damage your Flynn's is doing, the more relevant it is to have an Nefa do more damage. So it just kind of depends. But generally speaking, I would say buffing Flynn's is better than getting more damage on a Nefa, and therefore using a buffing artifact set rather than a little bit more personal damage artifact set on a Nefa is something that makes sense. But in this account situation, we have a really cracked available set of Gilded Dreams that we can use on a Nefa. So Gilded Dreams very well could end up being better than what we currently have on her, just because it's going to make a Nefa do way more damage. But we'll see. We'll see if it's good enough. What do we have on the second side? That's a good question. I don't really feel like thinking much, so we're gonna. Do you have Cookie? Surely, yes. Cool. Let's go. We'll do a hyper blooms. Wait, it's kind of cringe for hyper bloom, isn't it? Because it's AOE. Oh, God damn it. Do you have Toma? Nope, not leveled. Okay. Escoffier Skirk, I guess. That'll work fine, right? Yeah, that'll work fine. Okay, Escoffier Skirk for you. Sucrose. Bam. Okay, yep, do that. And last slot, flex slot. There is a Yealon. That is a Yealon build. That will function. You have multiple elegies? Okay, sure. Yep. Sure thing. That's fine. Bap. Do we have a Charlotte? No. Sad. I was hoping they had like leveled up a Charlotte because they saw me making Charlotte skirt content. Oh well. With the shield, Flins is too strong for the Abyss? Yeah. I just want to see how strong. I'm assuming, in particular, the Ducky boss is like really kind of annoying. I'm assuming he's going to just absolutely wreck the Ducky. But I also kind of want to test the context of being able to big burst more. Like, I think... Oh, freaking god dang it. Oops. Okay. Does it make sense to big burst here? Probably not. You probably big burst after, right? Oh, well. No, forgot the second E. God damn it. Okay, yeah, this I think this Flynn's build does not have the ability to get... I mean, he's doing so much damage in Abyss that it just like doesn't... You're at best going to do a big burst once every chamber if you have the extra ER for it. Right, goddamn, the stupid red dot. Alright, 12-2 is annoying without healing. We'll be fine. Terrible everything. Oh, don't die. Oh, Freenet does not have Fab, that's fine. Crap. Oh, I almost just died. Oh, come on. Really? Bro, die, please. Dude. Okay, I thought I was gonna die. Alright. Fino's your only not-cry character in your Flynn's team. Should she be on Serenade or Noblesse? I mean, it depends on the other teammates you have on the team. But probably just default to Serenade. Please? Hello? Enough, are you going to generate an electro particle? What is happening? Why did she just take 5 years to generate an electro particle? Or did she just have less energy than I thought she did? Like, it seemed like, with 170 ER, I should have just needed one particle, right? Okay. Alright, right away. Okay, fine. Alright, and fine. We don't get energy there. Maybe this. Wait, I forgot to do that. I was like, why am I not triggering the thing? Whatever. I'm being dumb, it's fine. I'm almost dead. I was almost dead. Alright, his animations are great, yeah. Avoiding damage on him there was a little little sus. I was assuming that a Nepha's shield was going to tank more than it actually did. I don't know what Nepha's skill talent is, but yeah. This is kind of what I would have expected the Abyss experience to be like with Flins, considering, you know, the first side very much chills for him, very heavily. Yeah, I think, yeah, Flynn's being as strong as he is when his teams make sense. Like, Flynn's is going to continue to be strong, right? It's just, we will test with, like, some Dendro units. Like, I'm going to test Flynn's against the Crab, for example. Because, like, Flynn's with a Dendro unit instead of an enemy unit should work pretty well, and that gives him some adaptability. Like, you're lowering some damage on him, obviously, but he should still be pretty decent. As like a quick bloom Flins, if whatever you want to call it. It's just how often will there be boss mechanics that he can fulfill the conditions of? I presume throughout most of this year, Flynn should be usable with most of the bosses they release, is my guess. But they're probably, goddamn it, the stupid red dot. My guess is there's going to be bosses that will release, though, that will be anti-Flins in some form, right? That won't want you to bring Electro. That will just be anti-Electro because they want you to bring Geo. So I don't know. Anyways, Flins is fine. He's healthy. He's been eating well. Don't worry about him right here. Although maybe we should choose the HP restore thing. I know it's C3. Okay, waits for the paths, whatever. Match. Sucrose. Okay, you're gonna trigger. Yep, that. Okay, cool. Oh, forgot the second. You gotta do the double E. As I'd say the one awkward thing. You want to double E right away on him, so that you can do the second skill as soon as possible. Alright. Bam. Yeah. He's plenty strong enough. Alright. Testing with Lauma C1 as a sustain option. This account doesn't have Lauma, I don't think. And I don't plan to get Flins on my main account. I say that, and then I said that for times last year, though. And then I ended up getting them anyways, the characters. But I have no intention to actually wishing the banner for him, because I'll be wishing for whatever. I don't know, if I really like him on this account, or on Poems Only, more likely on this account. If I have some team I find that I'm like, oh, this is like really interesting, unique gameplay, that's different from like how I could use Veressa, right? Because that's I think my main problem with Flins is like how his gameplay loop works is not fundamentally dissimilar from Veressa, but like Veressa is a little bit more flexible. Flins is stronger in his niche, but Veressa is more flexible. I don't know. So, anyways, so yeah, I'm planning to get him on my Poem Only account and getting Constellations on him on Poems Only. I'm gonna try to make the most of him over there, but I don't feel like I have a need to get him on my main account for any particular reason. I think I will get all of my enjoyment from Flynn's on Poems Only, and his gameplay isn't going to be different at all on Poems Only versus my main account, with how his kit is heavily incentivized towards doing, you know, Hydro unit. Like, I know a non-C6 I know versus, like, Candace is not that different, right? So, like, I know versus Candace and whoop-de-doo, it's not that much different. It's just I don't have Sucrose on my Poem Only account, but I can make up for not having Sucrose by having higher investment on Flynn's, both artifact-wise, weapon-wise, and constellations. Anyways, let's go to... Do you have Dire unlocked? You do. Okay. We'll try Fearless first to get a baseline of... You got 117 second clear. I don't know if that was before you... I mean, we've reconfigured things a little bit. I'm curious. Was this Nor? Why am my brain struggling to say her name so much? Was this clear before you leveled him up fully or not? I feel like you should be able to get better than that with your build. But you want Inocons? I'm gonna get them in doing the stupid level 100 video. So it's the one benefit I will get outside of the stupidity of doing that is I will get in like if I wasn't doing the level 100 video, yeah, I would be wishing on Flynn's banner for him to get Ino C2. You were just figuring out how to play them. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. You're just testing. Makes sense. Makes sense. I alt tabbed to the wrong application. Whoopsies. There we go. Okay. Yeah, let's see. I feel like this build and team as we have configured it should be able to clear Dire, by the way, but might be a little... Might take good play to clear Dire. We need to trigger Fab. I'm being slow. Whoopsies. That was almost really bad. That took a while to get. I wonder if I should have saved the energy there. Second skill. Apparently I was wrong, and that we apparently want the energy that we have on Nefa. Okay, we could definitely kill that before he got that up. I just big bursted for style, I guess. Yes, the sound effects are pretty good. All right, anyways, there we go. Wow. First attempt, they're just feeling through playing him. Let's get a little bit better at playing before we go to tested Dire. The main thing to optimize is definitely the first shield phase here. There's no like, carryover for the next shield, so why do that? That's a little weird thing to optimize. Does this make sense? Get an electroparticle there? Maybe. No, it does not make sense because you're on 16-second cooldown. I forgot. Yep. Okay, that was dumb. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah. Also, I just remembered. We have Jade Spear. We should be trying to pre-stack Jade Spear stacks before we do mini burst. We want to do like a bunch of normal attacks, right? You need to do 7 hits to max out the Jade Spear buff before. See, now we have Jade Spear buff max and has a little glowy effect. We should do that first because I think I was using the mini burst before. I was probably stacking that fully.
Use the force up.
No, I forgot to do that. Whatever. Okay, I think we need to get Ino burst up right away, don't we? Okay. Wish I had a little bit more ER on Ino.
Use the force up.
Yeah. I think we need Ino. Okay. Let's I guess this is a context since we don't have the ability to, because you have no noblesse artifacts. Since you have no noblesse artifacts, don't really have. Yeah, no. Yeah, you have nothing. You really would like to get more ER than this. It's not that hard to get Ino to the point where just getting a fab and a skill lets her get her burst back, but we have literally just 2 ER substats. And then 5 ER. So, and then ER main set, of course. Getting to like 250 ER is what we would probably want, but We have an alternative solution, which is trying to use this. It's going to be a little bit less energy for Flins and an Effa, which is not ideal, but we'll see if it causes a problem. If I need to, I'll put an Effa on Catane.
Use the force up.
You still didn't get your energy with that? Oh, that really sucks. Oh, why don't you have ER? Okay. Why why don't you have noblesse sort of effects? It's fine. Okay. I mean to freaking optimize around I know being the limiting factor here. It's so funny. Okay. She only has a 50 energy cost. You just don't have the artifacts. Okay, we're gonna go back to this because we're gonna have to do 2 skills anyways. Is my vibe. So why bother with the event weapon then? If we have to do 2 skills.
Use the force up. I warn you.
I don't know. There's no reason to even do anything with anyone else. So yeah, it's just a bunch of lost time. This might prevent us from clearing Dire, by the way. Oop. Yeah. Oh, I was not properly pre-stacking Jade Sphere. I forgot about that. Yeah, we had to wait for particles there. Not ideal. I didn't pre-stack Jade Sphere again. God damn it. Having to wait for particles there, yeah. This I know really needs just a little bit more ER. For that reason, what we're gonna go test is I know on Serenade set. And we'll try your Anefa on Gilded Dreams. $75, 186, 181. Pretty damn good. Alright. Lower attack than we had before, so a little bit less EM buffing, but yeah, that's fine. And then I know. We'll put on Serenade. Which will give more ER, right? Which is important. You had an you didn't have an ER type piece. Oh, you do have an ER type piece. You should level one of these. Well, I mean, you can wait maybe if you want until you have a crit rate substat for triggering 5. We'll see if we can get away with an off piece. That on her. That on her. That on her. And that on her. Oh. There we go. Look at that. 260 ER with way more crit rate. That should give us our burst back immediately with just 1 skill use at the start. All right. Yeah, so I can't properly compare Anefa on Gilded Dreams to, like, I think this is going to be a lot better because of the I know energy situation, right? If we had the ability to have more ER on a Noblesse build on I know, we could more properly compare this, but I think this is going to be meaningfully better because of both of those factors together. Oh, I forgot to, whoops, there we go. There we go. Bam, firstly save that. Alright, that was obviously way better at getting to the shield. Alright. I also was still not pre-stacking Jade Spear. Didn't pre-stack Jade Spear again. Rain. It's not that hard. Oh, I got that. Oh, frick. Whatever. I didn't do it again. Oh my god. No, you're getting your shield. Ah, it's definitely doable to clear before the shield. No, this is C3, I know. I suppose we should compare to, we put a Nefa back on the other build though? If we do this? If we do Farina on, Farina Tenacity on Key of Cautious Suit? Wait, you might not have full HP Tenacity though. Now that I think about it, you do need to be able to do full HP on Farina for the Key of Cautious Suit thing. Let's see. Okay, we got that. Okay, it looks like we probably can do full HP because you have Zhongli pieces. Let's go. Sick. Okay. We don't need to burst on Farina, right? So we can just yoink your Zhongli pieces. Farina's damage does not matter when you do this either. Okay. We'll do that in a second. I want to play more with this team first. All right. I do like that you can delay using the mini burst after pressing his E in his skill state. Yeah. Being able to control that is nice. Actually, just barely. Okay. Keep forgetting his pre-stack that is here. Oh god damn it. Apparently need 261 ER now. There we go. See, a little bit more damage because we pre-stacked Jade Sphere. We are getting enough extra energy here that there's probably at some point a place where it makes sense to do a big burst, but I don't know exactly where it is. Okay, yeah. Like here. Nice. Alright. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. I feel like we can optimize this down and we could probably get it killed before it's shielded, but let's just see what happens with Farina out of curiosity. We'll leave Anefa on the same build because I don't feel like changing her back. Actually, wait, maybe we put. Well, no, we don't have full HP on that set. We do have tenacity. Okay, well, we'll tweak Anefa if we feel like. We're losing a bunch of EM buffing right now by removing. Like, I think removing the Serenade buff completely is bad. Let's see though. We'll test without Serenade and see what happens. So we're gonna do Tenacity Farina, just like the Zhongli pieces. For simplicity. And sweet, you have an HP time thing there. So yeah, we're just gonna literally take all of Zhongli's pieces. Cause then so if you wanna switch your Farina, if I forget to switch your Farina back, Nor, you can just remember Zhongli has your Farina pieces. Bam, there we go. Don't really need the crit, but again, just want to take Zhongli pieces. Okay. Again, we don't need a burst on Farina. Take Key of Cautious Suit. Yoink. Alright. Bam, 60k HP Farina. Should convert to a good amount of HP buffing. But yeah, I think we probably put Serenade back on Anefa in this context. We'll try it like this. Before, just so we can see the difference. Flins is a Moeka to your poll? No.
Use the force off.
I do not think so. Alright. Full stats, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. Alright, crap. Didn't mean to do that, but whoops, whatever. Restart Jade Spear. I should have done the second E earlier. I didn't have the cooldown going. That was dumb. Stupid mistakes. Okay, it feels right now with Farina on Key of Kajasuit, it feels similar to Ino, which is not too surprising because we gained some EM from Key of Kajasuit, but we have the same like attack percent buff going, right? But then I removed Serenade buff, so right now it seems kind of like a wash. But I think we put Serenade back on Anefa, it'll be more noticeable. Okay. The second E, okay. That's probably the most unintuitive thing about his kit, and this is just, I don't think it's really a problem. This is not really, it's not like a clunkiness thing really in the same level that like some Nat menus are clunky, right? What am I doing? I got too busy yapping, sorry. Crap. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine. We're reading pretty consistent. Flins' performance is pretty consistent. What was I saying? It's not that clunky of a thing. It's just like I keep on forgetting you need to do EE to start. You do EE right away so that you have his cooldown for the second Northland Spear. You get this 6-second cooldown started right away, right? Because you can wait within the first 6-second period to use his mini burst. You don't have to immediately do Northland Spear Storm and then mini burst. You can hold the mini burst, so I can do EE, do some normal attacks to stack up Jade Spear stacks, and then do the mini burst, right? I keep on doing like E and then attacking it with normal attacks, and then not doing the second E, so I didn't get the cooldown started, right? But anyways, let's put Anefa on Serenade set. Where you got that back from Ino. Wait, no, not that. We were using off-piece circle before, weren't we? Kind of seemed like we might actually appreciate having a little bit more ER on her on the Serenade set build, but it's fine for now. Bam. The double def rolls, sad. Okay. There we go. Okay. Back on the Serenade build. So this time we have meaningfully or more. Yeah, we're actually gaining meaningful value from the Key of Kajasuit here. But we are doing a lot less damage on Anefa. So we can't. The build is definitely lower investment on the Anefa build here compared to before. More ER on Anefa here. Oh, I crafted the second E. No. Brain, stupid mistakes. We are doing so very non-optimal rotations. Anyways, I definitely feel like this is better than I know. God damn it. Right, this should be able to... this one definitely, I should be able to relatively easily get it killed before it does second shield.
Use the force authorized.
forgo in Nefa. You're still on cooldown. I guess we don't forgo in Nefa because we had to wait anyways. I mean, there was a lot of waste of time there, but it's fine. There we go. Knew I could do it. Yeah. I do think on your and I do that makes sense, right? We're just getting more EM buffing total by running Q of Cautious Suit for Arena, and it's very survivable. So, yep. I think this is direable. Probably. I'm playing a little bit sloppy, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it. But I saw Jeff getting very close to clearing Dire with a similar investment situation going on, but with a C6 Ino. Although I didn't actually see him do a Dire clear, to be fair. So it's not easy, I don't think, but it did very much seem like it was definitely possible with like a Jade Spear, in particular, on Flins at C0 with a Nefa. But it might like take a better Nefa build situation. But also the fact that we're doing like free Nakia Cautious Suit thing, maybe we can just do this. But it was also with an R5 Wandering Even Star instead of an R3. So this might be a like test to min-maxing with Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers instead of whatever. So we can check that too. Let's see what happens. See what happens. But yeah, you know what? He does feel a lot like Varesa in his gameplay loop of like paying attention to like using his mini burst, but the in between mini burst feels completely different than Varesa, right? They did a good job making him feel like his normal attacks do something, even though they're not doing that much, in a funny way, and like the nuance of being smart with doing his second E and holding the mini burst to different times is kind of enjoyable. I will give that he feels more like his own character than I actually expected he was going to feel to play.
Use the force on the ride.
Oh, I forgot to. Whoops. Dumb. I don't want to use the. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, I was really hoping that mini burst was going to get through. Oops. That was maybe a mistake. Maybe I should have done that a little bit differently. What? Oh, I didn't realize I had big burst. Oops, I didn't. Oh, it's because I didn't do his second E. Whoopsie doopsies. Can you get enough energy? No, we're not going to. Oh, I do get enough energy. Technically. Yeah, this is very doable. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but it's definitely doable. Can't crush through the second E. God damn it. How long do I want to get stuck doing this? How long do I want to get stuck doing this? Let's try Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers and see if we notice it's better. I think it's worth testing some stuff at Dire here. And again, I saw Zajeff like get extremely close to doing a Dire clear with Flins on Jade Spear with a worse build, but with an Ino C6. As an FYI. So this is a little bit different situation, but I think I am playing worse than he was playing there. But we're doing weird Kyokushin suit Farina things, and I kind of like it. But anyways, what are we doing? And I think it was a better Anefa build again. So, anyways, oh yeah, I was like, what was I doing? Yeah, sucrose. We're going to see what happens if we put Thrilling Tales on you instead. I'm just curious if we notice it being better or not, because I think it's borderline on whether or not it would actually be better here in this context.
Use of force authorized. Warn you. Violence is near.
The charge attack is better to use here technically. Yeah, I don't think saving that would have made sense anyways, so may as well use it then. Good. Okay. I forgot to do the second E. God damn it. Oh, that seems worse. That's my vibe. Maybe I'm just playing worse, but I think the Wandering Even Star is a little bit better. Also, I should not have... I gotta get used to doing Karina properly here. Do that again, huh? With Two Lane Tails.
Use of force authorized. I warn you. Violence is near.
I forgot to do... Oh, dumb. I forgot to... God damn, I keep forgetting to do the second E. Ah, it's so awkward. I mean, it's awkward, but it's just me. I know if I was gonna play him for any meaningful amount of real time, I would very much get used to it, and it's fine. Yeah, I think the Relay was just worse though. I think I was like making fundamentally similar potential play mistakes with the Wandering Midstar. I don't know, I'd have to do more testing, but I think, what am I doing? I was too busy yapping. That's what I was doing. Okay. Do one more test with Two Winged Tails. Struggling with Crab. Is the Crab clear with Nahida, Saint-Cho, Yelan, Kuki?
Use of force
I
authorized.
mean, I'm not gonna do that at Dire. Actually, I'm not even gonna do. I'm just not gonna do that right now in general. Don't worry. I'll do maybe Flins with the Crab, but not
Use of force authorized.
Brain. Stop. Too busy yapping. Too busy yapping. Whatever. You know what I mean. I'll maybe do Flins against Crab. Not right now.
Use of
I
force
want to see if I can get the Dire clear. This freaking cooldown going. Please, energy. There we go. Okay. Oh, that was bad. to get this. Yeah, okay, that was probably not worth the time, potentially. Yeah, we probably should get a little bit more ER on an effort, but... Brant. Oh, we didn't get any. It took both hits to do that. Ugh. Didn't need to swap you. I keep on swapping to Freno when I don't actually need to. Yeah, okay. Thrilling Tales is relatively similar to an R3 at the end of the day. I think R3 even star, which means I think just use even star if you have it at R3. But that's just a pretty rudimentary track there, though. I think we'll go back to that. Okay. Try this again. I feel like I should be able to do this, considering the key of caution suit situation here.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
We need a burst. Oh, barely got it. Wow. Oh, I should have saved that. That was a mistake. Oopsies. Whatever. Doesn't matter there that much. It did a little bit, I guess, but. I should also test Catane, honestly, instead of with a bucket, but. God, I keep forgetting the second frickin' E. God, here. Yeah. We're gonna try Catane. Let's see how it goes. Like presumably it's gonna be meaningfully lower damage, but maybe the convenience of the ER will make up for it. To be clear though, that the Gilded Dreams build had like 10-15 more ER build than the Serenade set. The Serenade set again is a much worse build than the Gilded Dreams build, but we kind of have to use Serenade. That was pretty obvious in the Spheronia situation. With Ino, the Gilded Dreams build did make sense.
Use of force authorized.
Why I was delaying doing that. Crap. I forgot to. Oh, the second skill use. My brain. How does the Kyokajisu buff last, by the way? There might be some minor issues they're having with fall off of the Kyokajisu buff, too. Wait, how in the world do you not have your burst back? Okay. Use things up there. I should have maybe done a big burst there, actually. really hoping we'd be able to do a big burst. Oh, it kind of did. Kind of did. Oh, I really wanted to see how much damage that was going to do. Damn. Okay. How much ER does Flins have? He has right now in this team 120, I think. Let me check. I could maybe try to. Oh no, 116. It was without his signature. It's with Jade Spear. And he has enough definitely for this enemy. This enemy does have a little bit of energy refunding when you break its shields, but yeah, he needs about 120 in his best team. But I wonder. Could go back to trying the Nefa Ino situation, but I want to see if I can get the kill with this, and then we'll go back to Nefa Ino. Do a little bit more of that, and then we'll test some weird shenanigans. Just trying to consider whether or not I want to change it. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to this, because we had a random situation where we didn't even get our energy back with Catane. So like, well, if we're gonna have random issues with Catane, we may as well have random issues with Jade Spear, or not Jade Spear, the other weapon that gives more base stats. And more crit rate.
Use the force off. I warn you.
I don't know if that made sense. Please get through it. Oh no, we're gonna redo that. Okay, I want to get through the shield faster. I believe that's one of the main things we just have to optimize here, and then we have a much better chance of actually killing it. Am I getting full stacks on... I was not getting full stacks on Key. I have to wait on Freen a little bit there. Okay, do that better. Yeah, right now, Nefa's build is kind of probably cope, realistically, but it's still the artifact set that makes sense here. I should have saved the second E here. Oh, no, that actually went up well. Okay. Perfect. Alright. Nice. And we just got a free stack on Jade Spear and Bram. We do not need to do Farina, but I just want to make sure we get stacks on what's it called? Ham. Nice, okay. Seal there, we have stacks on Key, good. Perfect, do that. Ham. Dang it, man, I need what the frick. Ah! Let's get to the shield before we. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and Bram, perfect. Okay. I actually think this does make sense to do here. Okay. Uh-oh. No, no. Please, I never. Oh god, okay. Okay, hey, we used his big burst. It did make sense to use there, although our energy need, it would have been much, that was a circumstance where like having, I think that was actually a really good example of, I think, having a little bit more ER on Flins to give him more circumstances where you can do something like I just did there, where I big bursted, and then sequence into a little burst. I also could have done that a little bit better. I don't think we had VV. I'm not sure. I don't think we had VV buff up for Flynn's big burst, so I could have done that better. But anyways, there you go. There you go. Hey, die clear with a little bit of higher investment because we put like a key of caution suit on Farina and whatever. But you know, I don't know. I think it's a fun thing to try. And again, I did see Zejev use Ino C6 at least. We can try Ino again here with a Nefa on Gilded Dreams and compare a little bit though to what we were doing with Farina here. Okay. And I believe, yeah, put it on that. And not that. That. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There's a Gilded Dreams build. Very good Gilded Dreams build. And I know needs to be on Serenade then. I'll put your Frina back. Bap. Okay. Yoink. Yoink. I think she was an off-piece timepiece, right? There it is. Yep. There we go. Very nice. I would have cracked timepiece for Frina, by the way. Okay. Bam. And bam. There we go. Okay. Zhongli and Frina back to normal for you. Good. And move you. Add back the Ino. You're on Silken Moon Serenade. Have 260 ER. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Cool. Wait, actually, I've gotten used to having him on slot 1, so we'll just keep him there. Okay. Big Burst is not useless, but it's situational unless you build more ER. Yeah. Like, that was... this Flynn's build has such, like, a... the exact amount of ER you kind of want, I'd say. That I think it's a lot harder to make Flynn's Big Burst be relevant to use very often, but I still think it did make sense to use there. Even if I didn't quite do it the right way. And we almost failed because of it. Oh, I forgot a Hydra application. Derp. Yeah, it's not like Varese where you don't use it all, which is good. I think you have much more reason to think about how and when you consider using it. Okay, there we go. No, well, they have the second hit that carried over, but oh well. Okay, I'm having a lot more issues getting to the shield with this. Okay. Lot slower shield clearing phase was probably going to prevent carrying from Dire in here, and like not just like not damage level, it's just like we wasted too much time doing that. Yeah, like if we hadn't taken longer to do shield here, we'd be on track for damage. So I unironically think it's like almost just a little bit of ER on Ino difference. I'm not thinking of what I was goofing up there. I might have been goofing up something, but... Oh, you know what? I wonder if it is. I was watching, I was like, because I was trying to think, like, why was the Jeff having such an easier time? Because I could have sworn that the Jeff had, like, a worse Ino build than this Ino. When I was doing some of his testing. But he was testing a C6 Ino, which includes the energy refund from C4 Ino. So, you know. Energy refund is actually pretty good. Crazy. The extra EM from Farina definitely. Just the way Farina works for helping with the shield in general is just better. But. Yeah, I got full stacks on Jade Spear there, whatever. That was a better shield clearing phase, but not as good as we did with Farina, that's for sure. Alright, spent too long on him there. The Jeff on whale accounts? It wasn't a whale, well, it kind of was, actually kind of was a whale account. And he also had an R5 even star, so... I'd say this account is definitely a little bit lower investment. But the Flins build was also a little bit worse, I think. But this account is a little bit lower investment or than what Zujeff was doing, right? And he definitely could clear Dire, but he was still like not quite getting there easily when he tested with Jade Spear, I believe. He was also better, I think, at doing pre-stacking for Jade Spear properly, and I'm being pretty bad at doing that. So anyways, point is, I think this Flynn's build has the investment level required, but it's possible just the investment into the Anefa build, like, because like having these equivalent artifacts, but in Serenade, and then having like a good noblesse set for Ino, I think would be the ideal combination, and that might get to the point of like Ino without having C6 Ino could clear at Dire. But anyways, I don't think it's that big a deal. This account can clear Dire with Flins anyways, just by using Farina. But you might potentially want Farina for the other balls. I don't know, right? For like clearing the Drake or something, right? So it is a relevant thing to think about for freeing Farina in this context. So yeah, as I said to Nor before, I think you would get value from having more Noblesse artifacts. And then I'm assuming you're just going to continue farming the domain anyways, and you will continue to get potentially better pieces in the Serenade set as well. For now, I would say because your Gilded Dreams artifacts are so good, unless you need your Gilded Dreams artifacts for like playing I'll hide them at the same time, I'd probably just leave your Anefa on Gilded Dreams. But as you get better artifacts, and it's not going to take that much of better artifacts, right? Because we have that on-set goblet for Anefa, this one that's on Ino right now. This on-set goblet plus, you know, it's slightly better timepiece and a good feather is potentially all you need for the Serenade build to actually start being really good. But I don't know. It might not actually make that much of a difference. I don't know without actually being able to test it. So, plan on pulling Flins and on Pullums only? Yep, in about an hour. In about an hour. All right, let's test at not Dire difficulty because duh, to exit out fully. I want to test with Eonson and Auron. Actually, I don't think I need to test Eons, or I don't think I need to test. Yeah, I don't think I need to test Eonson. I think the fact that this account has a C6 Auron plus elegy should make Auron better with his energy refunding and whatever for Flins than Eonson. So I'll just test with Auron, and then I also want to test with Fischl. So we of course have to use Ino. We can test with Fischl first. I think Fischl's on Thundering Pulse. I feel like with the investment I saw on the Thundering Pulse build on Fischl for Golden Troop, it's possible Tenacity Fischl is better here. But I'm not sure. Or maybe putting just Elegy on Fischl, but I'm not going to worry about that. We're just going to see how it goes.
Use of force authorized.
I'm going to get through the shield before... I apparently can't. Okay, whatever. Here, that's fine. Right. Maybe not ideal per se, but it's fine. Alright. Yeah. I'm feeling the lower defensive utility. Oh, I died. I didn't even realize it was trying to attack me. Okay. I have the damage potential to kill this, for sure. So, you know, no enough of Flins can clear Fearless. For the shell balls, at least. For him. As I said in the past, like, that's why kind of my expectation, like, why you want enough for Flins is for both defensive utility being much more comfortable. I didn't actually use a Hydra unit. Having a shield, pretty big deal. And then secondarily, okay, sorry, my brain. I forgot. Brain. I'm gonna say, having a shield, pretty big deal. But then having more damage potential on top of that is going to help Flins feel a lot better in content. Oh, I forgot to catch the particles on field. It's going to help Flins feel better in content that isn't specifically ideal for him, right? So you definitely can get him to perform more than good enough, though, without having without having an Effa. Yep. Have to make sure we start dodging. Hey, crap. Eh. Can't see the stupid thundercloud. Okay, got staggered, good. Alright, Bap. I mean, Fischl does give a bunch of extra energy, so definitely didn't do that on purpose, though, to be honest. Okay, well, that was just bad. That was just dumb, and an accident. It's fine. Do this. Okay, that should help get through. Alright, we can get through this. You know what? Do this again. Why not? That time actually on purpose. And Bram. There you go. Yeah, cleared with plenty of time to spare. With no enough at Fearless and with obvious gameplay mistakes. So yeah, that's cool. And we can try Oron, see how different that is. Oron might be better for energy. I don't know. Be interesting. Although it's going to be a little weird from the start here, right? Because unlike Fischl, he can't have constant electro going from the start. Well, we don't need constant electro, we just need hydro. Okay. Lanyan, using Lanyan, I was struggling without a shield and without a healer. Yeah, I think a lot of players would potentially want to choose Lanyan if you're doing what I was doing there. So there was enough time to clear there that I'm pretty sure with Lanyan you could still clear. But it's going to be a bit less damage potential without the EM buffing from Sucrose. So I forgot to funnel to Ino. Ino's build, it's like 260 ER Serenade Fab build. Oh, the energy refunding from Oron almost got me there without having to. Oh, I didn't have any electro going. Ooh, okay. I didn't actually get an electro swirl. Does it matter? Might not matter. Alright, we'll fine. Okay. Yeah, we can get Oron up properly. Brant. I don't know why I keep on attacking those points. Alright, Bram. I'm spending longer on the Flins than I need to. I don't know why. That, okay. And bring him and that. Do I have another shield? Oh, I do have another shield. Oops. There we go. Yeah. I would say Oron felt meaningfully better than Fischl there, but that was an Oron with Elegy, a C6 Oron with Elegy. if we put Fischl on LG, it'd probably be more comparable, but Oron should still be better with C6. C6 Oron with LG versus C6 Fischl with LG should be still better, right? So yeah, I don't know, because buffing Flynn's a little bit more is really the main reason why. And the energy value is relatively similar. It was just a little bit more clunky for the initial shield setup, but not terribly so. And Oron's energy refund for like I know actually we can check. Can we get Oron's? I bet we can actually do it like this. Watch. We can get I know burst without having to funnel any particles straight to her, other than Oron's and the fat particles, obviously. Yeah. See. All I did there was I just did sucrose has 2 E's, right, with C1. Sucrose has 2 E's, so I just got a tiny bit of extra sucrose particles. Didn't have to funnel them that time like I was funneling before. Because the just Oron refund on its own just barely didn't get our burst back, which is really funny. We need like a tiny bit more ER for the Oron situation here, but yeah, Oron's energy refund is useful. That's all I can say. So, anywho's. Absence of Flins in the archive is bugging you. So yeah, I don't know. I think he performs pretty well at lower investment levels, is my vibe. It's kind of exactly as expected. There's nothing been super surprising to me so far, other than like he is more actively engaging to play than I expected. But I think a heavy part of that for me is just I mean, it's kind of not too surprising really. I expected he was going to feel pretty nice to play because I like fast rotating teams. And he has teams that are not filled with a bunch of 5-star animations. Like if you're playing with him at Nefa, you burst on a Nefa. You have 1 5-star animation in his team. And maybe when Columbina releases, you'll have 2 burst animations in the team, presumably. Assuming Columbina wants to burst. So I like that. I really like that, but it doesn't mean you never do a big burst on him. You still do it situationally, and that, I don't know, it makes it feel much more satisfying. I think he's a very well-designed unit. I feel like if he wasn't kind of hard locked to being played with Hydro, like if he could get, if Veressa was his kit, for example, or he had Veressa's like versatility for like being played in Shepard's teams, being played in Electrocharge teams, I would like him a lot more than Veressa, I think. It's really just his team locking that makes me hesitate a little bit on him. And then the fact that he doesn't have super compelling options to a lot of people for team versatility. So like if you're not able to do something like I did there with trying to clear with no sustain unit, you either I think the best option is probably putting Proto Amber on Sucrose. But barring that, you use Lanyan instead. And hey, at least Lanyan, if you have like C4, C4 Lanyan would maybe get you there, get you a little bit of additional EM. Sorry, but it's I don't know. It's definitely going to be quite a bit worse than Sucrose because like Sucrose EM buff is doing a lot. So yeah, I don't know. And we clear with such time to spare that, like, yeah, I'm quite confident we can't turn off Auroron constellations or anything, but I am quite confident you could clear without Auroron dupes there. So yeah, Farina buff doesn't work on the lunar stuff. If you saw what we were doing before, we weren't using Farina buff. We were using Kiev Kachna's suit and then Farina on tenacity, right? So we're getting tenacity buff, and then Farina Kiev Kachna's suit is total more EM than like what we're getting from Ino. Not a crazy amount more, but it was a little bit better. It played in a weirder way though, I would say, a less intuitive way with like not ulting, like not doing a skill on a rotation with Farina. But it was also like a nice tell, like Farina, like what was left in Farina's skill cooldown. My hair is stuck in my headphones. I don't know if you can hear that sound, but the like when I was like switching to Farina and like if I was doing rotations really well, Farina's cooldown, you know, should have like 4 to 5 seconds left, about 4 seconds left, I would say, if I was doing rotations decently. If I saw like Farina's skill cooldown had 2 or 3 seconds left, I was like, ooh, I rotated too slow, spent too long on Flins, kind of thing. So yeah, crab, pretty please, yeah, sure. Let's try Mr. Flins on the crab. So obviously we'll just bring Dendro. You don't have Llama, so that's fine. I mean, actually, the extra. I don't know, we'll see if it's a problem. The extra Dendro might be a problem. We shall see. think we'll just do an E on I know. And then, well, no, I think you do. Well, no, we're only going to get one bloom core anyway. That doesn't matter. All right. Whatever. Clap. So yeah, swapping out Sucrose for a Dendro unit, so we can use him to fulfill a Dendro requirement for the enemy. That's in the perfect spot. I hope it doesn't blow up before the thing's... No, I timed it wrong. Oh, oh no. Caesar's Candace instead of I know. We'll see Caesar's Candace gameplay in a second. When I go into poems only. Oops, I didn't. Oops. That's not as good of a spot, but it's fine. I know, I need you to target things better. Okay. Well, that was incredibly annoying. Okay. Brap. I didn't even tag the things, whatever. No, wait, oops, I already had done. That was dumb. Dumb on my part. Okay. Shield. Okay, there we go. Okay. You gonna do your shield? No, yeah, there we go. Okay. See this? Getting this to position properly is a little awkward. Okay. So as always, shield or crab mechanics are annoying. We can definitely do this, but ugh. We can definitely do it, but ugh. I do not like the crab. That's gonna not blow up and hit all of them, I don't think. It'll make it easier with I know at least. Yeah, really, how the hell did it only hit one? I really wanted to at least hit two, and then it should make it so I know's burst positioning is better. That might be fine. Okay, good. Crap. I know, please target this. Okay, that works, I guess. Yep, okay. I didn't know if it was worth doing that, but I figured it was, because Flins was going to be triggering a bunch of the blooms. No, I said myself, sorry, I was paying attention to the seeds were spawning. Stupid, dumb brain. Alright, okay, I wanted to not hit a burst, and of course it came back like right after. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Okay, Oh, I didn't have my hit on here. Oh my god. Yeah, freaking god. Oh, I know his range is the perfect amount of awkward. They definitely did it on purpose. They made her range and targeting the perfect amount of awkward for this thing. Alright. It's not a damage potential problem, it's just, oh wow, that, okay, nice, alright. Not even a damage potential problem, it's just a, how this boss works problem. Alright, bam. I probably should have tagged with Nanita. Oh, now you're gonna get energy. Okay. Oh, that was, I think I just kind of wasted the really good beginning. Oh well. Okay. Nothing around. Okay. What the? Why? Why'd you go to this so sooner? Oh my god. I just... like... okay. I wasted, and then the game also was like, no, we're also gonna have terrible, what am I doing? Whatever. I just, what a waste of the freaking 6 seed trigger. This boss. I hate how this boss is designed. Really? Probably not gonna hit 2, but 2 is fine. I hit 3, nice, okay. Crap. Okay. Alright, let's just restart rotation. We kind of need to, okay, it's fine. Brap. By the way, this is telling me that Flins is not going to be super easy to get through the crab with, but I need Flins to get through the crab on Poland only. I don't need. Need's a strong word, but want. Ah. Yeah, the targeting. I don't know if there's anything I can do about the targeting. This second shield phase is just supremely awkward. Okay, there we go. And we don't have any of the seeds tagged. Not getting Hydra on them. It's really annoying. I think I don't want to do this. I think we're just dealing with freaking annoying crab RNG largely, and it's just, ugh, I don't want to do it. Why? Because we're probably going to return to trying to do that on my Polar Molny account. Okay. Is there anything else to check with him? Should we do something? I mean, okay, we can show something that's going to be really bad. You shouldn't do. But I don't know. For the funnies. Bennett or Eon's? Probably Bennett, I guess. Maybe both. Off-field pyro unit. Mawika. There we go. Shivers is on Scroll of Cinder City. And it is not C6. Okay. And not on Vav either. Oof. Okay. Well. Didn't mean to do that. Do that. There we go. Okay. This is going to be bad. Particularly on this non-C6 Shivers.
Use of force authorized.
Let's see. Will we even get through the shield? That is the question. Well, not if we don't get that energy up. That's for dang sure. We don't have. Wait, we don't even have a second electro. This is cooked. No, you need to do Eons on, don't you? You need a second electro. Well, wait, well, not really. I guess you don't really need to use the burst now. Think about it. You just do normal and charge attacks, right? Okay. Yeah, we'll do it one more time. Just wait for Tulpa to come back. Yeah, exactly. This could be a cracked team against the Tulpa.
Use of force authorized.
Why'd I do that? Alright. Wow, just immediately got knocked back. Wow, look how much we're getting through this shield. Yep, that's about what I expected against this thing. I don't know, we can go to the Abyss if we want. For funnies. And take it to the Tulpa in the second side. I don't know, should we? Sure, let's go do that. Why not? Let's go show it with Tulpa. Permanent Hydro Aura enemy. Otherwise, if any of the people that are that offered me to try their high investment Flins, like there's one person, I know there's a couple people that said C2 Flins, a couple people DM me about C4, or the one person with C4 Flins. If you're still watching, I'm down to go try a very OP Flins for a little bit. Isn't Bennett better than Moika? What do you mean? Oh, like doing Eons on Bennett? Yeah, sure. But frick that. You know what might be better? Auron, honestly. I think Auron's maybe the play here. With an elegy Auron at least. Instead of Moika. Let's do that. And my boy, me Bob. Oops. And we can just do something with an F on the first side. We're just doing first chamber, so do this into. Wait, you don't work, do you? Frick. I forgot. You don't work properly, do you? Well, we don't need the damage bonus. Wait, no, we do want the damage. No, we don't want that. We don't care about the damage bonus because the Tulpa. And you will work because the Tulpa. Yeah, never mind. Derp. Yep. If we're just doing Tulpa things anyways, then yes, you do work. Anyway, sorry. My brain was just computing 5 layers of, wait, you do work? No, you don't work. Yes, you do work. Oh, yeah, you need another Nog Cry for Ascending Gleam. Oh, fuck. Okay. That character does not exist other than an F. Okay, I guess we are using an F here. That's fine. Oh well. Forgot about Ascending Gleam. Yay. Yay. Oh well. Who do we have for this side without having to think about it? Nobody, because we used all of your electros. There we go. Auron. And why do you not have a team I want to play? Try you, why not? And then we want a healer, I suppose. Maybe. So sure, let's try this. I don't know. Don't count on me to make this team play functionally. I have played Child extremely little. I think the last time I played Child was over a year ago. Sucrose Taser probably would have been better than whatever you're gonna see here. You have a Huron on you. Okay. Did you just like not land a single instance of damage? What? Don't isn't pressing E to go into the... Okay, apparently we might be doing Sucrose Taser. Did I press this E twice? Is that what happened? Really, bro? Oh, are you supposed to like do something like this? Oh my god. This character. There we go. Okay. That's what I was looking for before. Wow, this is damage. I know we ran out of... Lady, stop teleporting. You spent 2 seconds... Okay. Goodbye, child. That was fun playing you for the first time in a year. I'm sorry. I would rather play Taser. Yeah, Flynn's muscle memory pressing skill twice. Yeah. Also, wait, we don't have a healer. I don't know. It's still gonna be better than Child. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's still better. I don't know why I did that. It doesn't matter though. Yep. That's... Now, okay. Please die, sir. Sir, can you calm down? There we go. Okay. Still better than Child. Yep. Yep. Big burst. Why not? Wow. I'm not gonna get energy on there. Oops. We're just gonna save our energy. I just want to make sure we can actually do a rotation properly. Okay. Bap. Bap. Alright. And bam. Bam. Alright. Wait, did I run out of Bennett buff for the first hit? I feel like that was the same damage when I didn't have Bennett buff as when I did have Bennett buff. I thought. Wow. Anyways. Crazy. Go your Farina when Oberon bursts? No, I've never heard that. Might just be you. Hey look, it's a new day. Wait, no, it's not a new day. I thought it was a new day. This is just the stupid same red dot. Never mind. That red dot keeps on ganking me. Ah! Your dang red dots. It's fine. It's not your fault. Okay, so, what? Wait, why am I at Abyss? Oh yeah, duh, duh. Wow, my brain is all over the place. That's not a good sign. I need to record and edit today. Should like get some caffeine or something. Oh yeah, let me check my DMs. The people that, I want to see if the person who's still watching. Flynn's C1 level 70. I guess I can DM them. We may as well do wait, no, Carolus was C4 Flynn's and no Anefa. I mean, that would maybe be interesting, I guess. But we could also just do a C2 Flynn's, which is going to be basically the same as C4 Flynn's. So let's see. Cedar. Hey. Still watching? Question mark. I feel like a lot of the EU viewers might have left by now, which would be understandable. You are still watching. Nice. Okay. We can maybe do some stuff with Cedar's C2 Flins for fun then. We could actually test what the polearms only experience is going to be a little bit theoretically by playing without sucrose. And yeah. So yeah, if Cedar, if you want to, I recommend setting up a temporary password, so that like your password that you use for, generally speaking, doesn't get stored on Discord servers or whatever. But yeah, you don't, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but just need your username, whatever, or email if that's your username, and then we can do the login verification. But yeah, I don't know. He's like a relatively simple character, but it feels pretty good to play. He's a character that doesn't have like a lot of combo nuance, but does have nuance on when you think about using his burst and mini bursts. Like, right, the nuance of timing his mini bursts at different times and stacking Jade Spear stacks is enjoyable. I think, funnily enough, with his signature weapon, he's going to become a little bit more boring to play, because with his signature weapon, you're just going to do like E mini burst immediately, and then E mini burst immediately again as soon as you possibly can, right? And same thing with any weapon that isn't Jade Spear, actually. Well, not any weapon. I think Staff of Scarlet Sands is going to be, you want to make sure his skill hits to make sure Staff of Scarlet Sands stacks get built up. But anyways, he is more actively engaging to play than I kind of expected. I don't know, like to enough of a degree that I'd be willing to like throw a 10 pull or two for the chance that an early Flins on my main account, right? The only problem is I don't want to build him because resources. Like I want the resources that it would take to level up Flins to level up other characters, right? Because last year I was caught in the cycle of always leveling up the new characters, and I never had the ability to have resources without spending and I already had to spend a ton of more resources. Like, even despite having the battle pass, I had to spend a ton of resin getting ley lines to be able to level all the characters, the new characters I was getting. I kind of want to just get more characters just so I can level up some older characters more, and like finish like leveling up Amber kind of thing and whatever. So that's a big reason I don't think I would get a ton of value out of playing him long term. I don't dislike him at all. I'm saying I think I could get my full appreciation for Flins on my polearm account, even though I wouldn't have access to certain team options. I don't know. The one thing that I think could be, we didn't actually test it. I guess while I wait for Cedar, let's go really quickly. And actually, we'll do this in the first chamber. Well, yeah, whatever. We're here. Let's go put Moika instead of sucrose, I guess, right? Put Moika instead of sucrose. And the idea with Moika instead of sucrose is not that I think you should use Moika per se, but to do an overvape like with an off-field pyro unit. And the idea is like Durin here, because Durin, we had sus leaks that Durin is one, a healer, which will be potentially relevant to some people, and then two, supposedly gives res shred in some form. Like, it might just be 15%, but even just 15% res shred plus the damage that Durin provides might be enough to make him a competitive option with sucrose. Might not be better for the team DPS necessarily. It depends on what Durin's like hit damage, personal damage is as well, right? That's probably the account information. Thank you. But Durin instead of the anima unit, right, adds a form of damage that also would like fulfill like enemy conditions, like enemies that would want you to have pyro for whatever reason, or various whatever situations that make it hard to do swirls. For example, you can get an electro swirl against the tulpa, but it is harder to get an electro swirl against the tulpa. And putting Durin, a hypothetical Durin kit, whatever, would probably be better against the tulpa. Yada yada. You get the point, right? Durin, I think, could be an interesting teammate, so I think it's worth at least testing this real quick. So Flins, Nefa, Moika, and I know. And this is just like to get the vibe of like the mechanics going on. And theoretically, I think this should work. I don't think there's any reason it wouldn't. But this is just, again, I don't think this makes sense with Moika, but particularly because you're not bursting every rotation with Moika in this team. Without a C1 Moika at least. But it very, very much could make sense with Durin, but we don't know what his skill set is exactly yet. So we shall see. I can't burst here at least. Did you even hit? I don't know if you hit. Oh, goddamn. I feel like we're gonna do too much damage to this thing, and that's whatever, it's fine. Because getting like over off-field 40k damage. Yeah, if Durin has a kit that's actually made to do more that makes sense synergistically and does more off-field damage than what Moika does, because like Moika doesn't actually do that much off-field damage. Like, obviously the mechanics work there for theoretically having an off-field pyro unit. So I don't know. I think that could be a cool subtle synergy and a subtle additional team diversity add in the future. And yeah, I don't know. Anyways, very loud Discord beep. Yeah, sorry. I wish I could change it, but anyways, you don't know the username? I mean, the username is your email if you didn't set a username. All right, let's go log in and we can mess around with a C2 Flins until he's out on his banner on NA. And we'll do some, goddamn, I clicked on that again. And then we'll mess around for a bit on poems only before I end the stream. The sound design is so good. Yeah, the sound effects are really good. Animations are pleasing to watch. He is the aura version of Varesa. Alright, I will not save your login information. Thanks again to Noor for letting me play with your friends. I appreciate it. Okay. And very shortly you should get a code, Cedar. Discord beep incoming. I should just... Oh no, I can't do that. That's not gonna... Because that would reduce the volume for everyone that I call on Discord. I was gonna say I can lower the Discord application volume, but eh. It's just gonna be a Discord beep. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Oh well. It's fine. Oh wait, there wasn't a Discord beep there. I saved you from it because I was looking at the chat. Good. Bap. And bam, there we go. Okay. And we are logged in. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's go. Could Durin do too much power for the team? I mean, we don't know. Oh boy, what's in my throat? Yeah, it's very possible Durin could do too much pyro. That was definitely a throat of needing to drink more water, good lord. It's very, very possible Durin could do too much pyro for that team and like consume all of the like the too much pyro would be consuming all of the pyro and sorry, the hydro and electro aura on the enemy, such that he then you have underlying oops, I gotta get rid of the turtle. You have underlying pyro aura, and if you have underlying pyro aura then you're gonna start like getting overloads from Anefa and vaporizes on Ino, which means you're not going to get the damage from you know, or you're not gonna have lunar charge going on, and if you don't have lunar charge going on, things don't work. So yeah, but it's still I think it's unlikely that Durin applies so much power that it wouldn't work there in theory. So it's really more a question of how much damage can Durin do off field. Like, is he a better off field damage dealer than Moika? Like without bursting a Moika, that is, like, compared to what we were just doing. And does he do some buffing on top of that? And currently rumors are that he does some, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Just finishing drinking. Flynn's cons are his weapon. Yeah, we'll be going. I think there's a I'd have to get quite unlucky, I think, to not be able to get Flynn's C1 R1 on polearms only. We got C2 R1 Flins here, and I hopefully actually do want to get C2 on polearms only, I think. So C1, by the way, so the one negative thing I would say about C1, oh, I should remove the YouTube chat. The one negative thing about C1 is that it basically makes it so you want to do 3 mini bursts per rotation, and also therefore makes it, with the extra energy needs and whatever for it, makes it so you don't basically ever big burst on him. You only ever do the 3 mini bursts because it takes extra time to do the 3rd mini burst too, right? So if you like the nuance of thinking about using Flynn's big burst, you maybe don't want to get Flynn C1 because it pushes you towards just never big bursting, generally speaking. Like, I probably not never, but like mostly never is the assumption. C2 gives some red shred when he is on the field after his electro attack hits an opponent. You get red shred. Yay! Particularly if I end up playing Yonson on polearms only more than Shao, which is likely, outside of when I need Yonson for another team, having red shred will be quite nice. But anyways, red shred, and then this gives him a 50% of his attack multiplier, but as lunar charge damage from his normal attacks after using his skill, which is pretty good. And this definitely, you still definitely want to do EE. You want to do EE, and you're doing normal attacks. And it's like, for reference, 50% of his attack, it seems like a really low multiplier, but remember it's a lunar charge talent multiplier, so you can multiply that by like literally 10. Not literally 10, but like it's a shorthand form. To compare, you know, Anefa does a lot of talent damage. This happens every 2 seconds, I believe, and it's a 65% of her attack multiplier for an off-field hit. Flynn's is C2 is 50% for every normal attack. Actually, wait, is it every normal attack or is it only one? Actually, I don't even know. Does anyone know? Maybe it isn't that good. Is it every normal attack? Because actually, every normal attack sounds a bit broken. Every normal attack seems a little bit broken. So maybe it's only one, because it says when Flynn's is next normal attack. It's only one? Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of lame then. Never mind. That actually makes me care a lot less about C2. So yeah, we're definitely prioritizing going C1. I misread that, sorry. I didn't look that close. I like, we'll see how the luck goes, right? Like, Flynn's is a strong enough main DPS in polearms that I'm still gonna probably hopefully aim for it, because it's just a significant damage increase. But this, I thought this gave him more lunar charge normal attack damage than it does. I would have rather literally seen this be 10%, but then applies to every normal attack, right? If this was 10% lunar charge damage but applies to every normal attack, or like has nuance to like applying to charge attacks, maybe it could have opened up, like getting C2 would have made it so there's nuance to his normal and charge attack combos. Instead, this is just, it changes nothing basically. It just is more multiplier damage. It's just two additional instances of this. It's extremely minor. It's not like extremely minor, to be clear. Like this plus the red shred is still like a sizable damage increase. Don't get me wrong. It's just much more boring than I realized. After I realized it said next, so that means yeah, it's probably one. Okay, oh well. Having Candace as the only hydropolar must be miserable. It's annoying just because it restricts my team options for dealing with annoying situations like Mahoya or having 2 bosses in the endgame that both require hydro. So, anyways, this is a very good Flynn's build, Jesus. What the frick? Yep, that's a cracked off piece. I mean, honestly, don't undervalue it. I mean, I guess you're running Bennett with Flynn's, so I guess maybe it makes sense in your case. If you're not running Bennett with Flynn's, this might not actually be the best off piece you have in your account. Let's see if I can find one in the context of not playing Flynn's with Bennett. Because something with a little bit less crit value but more attack percent might be better. It might be the best. Okay, you don't have that crazy of options here. I just kind of expected that there would be better. I mean, maybe that, but okay. Yeah, you don't actually have as many artifacts as I thought you would. Like this is much fewer feathers leveled up than total than I would have expected. Okay. So never mind then. I take it back. This is probably your best piece. And that's cracked too. Wow. All right. How much resin did you spend? Jesus Christ. Got a decent onset goblet. Okay. Wow. All right. I don't know if you can hear the noise upstairs. Only thing I really dislike about living in this apartment is the upstairs neighbors. It's children. It's just children. But like, it's kind of unfortunate. Like, I don't know. I almost like, I still haven't like explored around the general area as much. But I almost don't want to explore around the general area of where I'm living. Because I feel like if I really fall in love with the area I'm living in, I'm going to be really salty about feeling the desire to move because of the upstairs neighbors. It's children who also own a bowling alley. That's normal for upstairs neighbors. Yeah, that's true. It is normal. So, and in the future, I am just going to try to get an apartment that does not have anyone above me. I wish to be on the top floor. Oh yeah, YouTube chat needs to come back. Okay. There's a chance that they could move in the future. Maybe, I don't know. I have to annoy them enough to move. No, there. No. What are we doing? Anyway, sorry. Stygian. Let's go. If I fail to clear Dire in the first attempt, something's wrong. I guess, you know what? Maybe I'll fail to clear Dire in the first attempt, but because I'm going to use Bennett. Actually, no. I'm going to use not Bennett first. Wait, what? Okay, I must admit, logging into an account that has a C2 Flins and then I can't attempt Dire difficulty was not what I expected. Don't I have to clear Fearless fully to be able to unlock Dire difficulty? So this account, and once you clear any Fearless difficulty, you have Dire unlocked permanently, by the way. So this account hasn't cleared any Fearless. I think it even unlocks, by the way, I think it even unlocks Dire difficulty if you clear Fearless in co-op. Like, you don't have to claim the rewards, you just have to have cleared Fearless. So, well, I understand why you don't bother. Like, I maintain that, like, Stygian Onslaught does not need to be up for everyone. And for a lot of players, for how much they might invest in their characters, it doesn't necessarily make sense to get too stressed out about clearing Stygian. Can this account clear this current Stygian, like at Fearless, like, and get the reward without doing co-op? I mean, let's see. You do. I mean, obviously, Flins can trivialize one of them. What do they have for the Aeon Blight trait? I think that's the trickiest one for this account. They have Varessa, Arlecchino, Chevreuse. So Varessa, Chevreuse, Arlecchino. Do you have Chevreuse? Where's Chevreuse? Do you not have Chevreuse? You do. Okay. You have a C6 Chevreuse. Yeah. So Varessa, Chevreuse, Arlecchino, Eonson would be my vote for like Aeon Blight, and then Bloom. You just go Bloom. I don't think you have Nilu. Nilu would be more brain dead, but you just have to do Nahida lose your sanity edition. No, I mean not. You probably don't lose your sanity, but just yield the Nahida. I mean you have an Yelan, so you can do Nahida, Yelan, Singcho, Raiden, whatever. If you're insane, you could do Burgeon. No, don't do Burgeon. That's a joke. Do I want to do that for you? No. I don't need to do that for you. I will, I can get a vibe with Fearless, it's fine. I can normally clear 2 Fearless bosses, but not the third. It's 100% a skill issue. Little bit, maybe, but Flins will give you more team options. It's not, I don't know. It's not, I think anyone that is not able to clear Stygian is probably never just a skill issue alone. In your case, I think now that you have Flins, you definitely can clear Fearless. So yeah, if you want to try clearing Fearless, my suggestion would be Eonson, Varessa, Arlecchino, because you can just switch between Arlecchino and Varessa for the different phases. I don't know what your investment on the 2 builds is like, to be clear. But you should be able to do enough damage on Arlecchino and Varessa alternating between the phases when it's resistant to the alternate element, and then Shiver spot scope. Obviously, Flins trivializes this for you. You could also potentially use Flins to trivialize this if you think you have a better team for going through this that isn't Flins. Which it's possible you could use. Raiden's pretty sus against it. No, I would probably just use Flins. You might have something that could deal with this that isn't Flins, but just use Flins against it, and then, yeah, you Hyper Bloom against this. But this, though, is just so extremely annoying. You saw me trying to fight Flins with it, potentially. And it's just such an annoying boss. I hate how they designed this boss. So anyways, I don't blame you at all for not trying to clear Fearless. It's just a freaking feather, right? So, anywho's. Feel a bit bad he can't Des Dire. It's fine. I got enough of a vibe of his Caesar performance out of Dire. It's not that big a deal. I didn't check your Ino build, by the way, but she has Fab, and she did not get her energy back. Sick. Alright. We have 12 minutes. My goal is to reconfigure your Ino build and clear your best clear time. What's your NF on? Is this going to be the same situation as the other account? Okay. I would. You should definitely use Skyward Spine over Missing Windspear. Okay. What the frick? Okay. Okay. No timepiece. But an onset goblet with weird rolls. A crit damage circlet. Okay. So in case you weren't here earlier, Cedar, same thing I told the previous person, where like tenacity can be best in Slaughter Flins. It's just if you don't have good tenacity artifacts, it doesn't necessarily make sense. Actually, I didn't look at your other tenacity artifacts. Nice. This was really good. We might just leave that on her actually as an off piece. Okay. 157. You know, we're just gonna. It's level 70, but you know. It's fine. Oops. Level 70, 60. Yeah. Okay. We would like more crit rate. That's for dang sure. Let's see. Attack percent, crit rate. That is 58 EM. Wow. Yep, we're gonna use that one. All right. Yoink that from Traveler. Bam. There we go. Becoming a little bit more usable. It's really weird. This build has a lot of EM. Alright, do you have any fodder? Or did we just use... Nope, you don't have any fodder. Alright, sick. Well, we're just going to use it like this. I think this is better than what you had before. I think this is better than what you had before, and we don't have a crit damage circle. We're losing 40% crit damage. So yeah, I would level this up, and I'm pretty sure this is better than what you had before. And then we use Ino on, again, Noblesse, assuming we have Noblesse artifacts on this account. If we don't have Noblesse artifacts, maybe we try Instructors. There's Instructors artifacts. There is a bunch of Noblesse artifacts. I see 38. Look at all them Noblesse artifacts. What a wonderful sight compared to compared to the previous account. I mean, not many actually that have a bunch of ER, which is a little sad. But oh well. Yoink. 6.5 ER. That double crit piece. 17 ER. Okay. You might be yoinking your Bennett pieces here too. But we'll see if we can get away without. You're already on a Noblesse ER timepiece, or Noblesse, sorry, whatever thing. Okay, we'll maybe do an off-piece goblet. Crit rate circlet. Hey, you have an available crit rate circlet. Let's go. Anyways, do that. You are not going to trigger Fab very consistently, are you? It is an R5. 22 is, it's usable. It's functional. Functional. That's the word I would use. We sort by crit rate and ER. And that's Freda's piece. Wow, you have nothing good for an off-piece goblet. What the frick? Okay. Wow, that is a good Lanyan goblet, by the way. I want that. It's like better than my Lanyan goblet, actually, for VV, at least. Well, this would be actually probably the most compelling piece here. Wow, look at that. Yup. Okay. I think we should just put her back on the previous piece, honestly. Just put her on the most ER possible. If we're gonna have to deal with low crit rate anyways, we may as well have more ER in dealing with low crit rate. Okay. Alright. We have to use Bennett, so I didn't check for Bennett, right? Yeah, no, Bennett is still functional. It's still a little bit lower than I would prefer ER-wise for Stygian, but it's fine. Didn't expect the mini account fix. Good. I understand why people are doing that, by the way. It's because, like, the guides will probably tell you. I don't know why I didn't. Okay, I'm trying to think how we can get the energy faster on her. Like, guides will tell you that, oh, it's best in slot technically on a spreadsheet level. It's best in slot to what? Oh yeah, 20 crit rate. I forgot. Best in slot to put Tenacity on a Nepha and Serenade on Ino, and technically is, but that's all in the assumption that you have a good build for a Nepha, because a Nepha does a lot of damage. Looks like violence is the answer. All right. Anyways, we would really like a little bit more ER on Ino here. It's so close. I mean, you have the Blast artifacts for it, but Bennett's using them, so you know. Anyways, sorry, we're gonna try to do 2 E's on Bennett and funnel those particles. That's what I think we'll do. Right, drop. Crap. Snap. Okay. I guess the shield pretty fast. I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. You know, we get energy funding. Why not? I mean, you can definitely do it. All right. Fap. I forgot I didn't do it. I forgot we had the C1. I should have done 3 before. I didn't do 3 before. That was my bad. Come on, Fab, please. Oh my god, the Fab. Why are you playing Bennett with him? Bennett ER needs in this team. Really? Oh my god, ain't no way. Alright. Let's put the better character in. Sorry. Get out of here, boy. Get out of here, you weird little rat. Why would we subject ourselves to Bennett when we don't need to? Do you not have Sucrose? No, there she is. I was like, there's no way you didn't get Sucrose. You have no wandering even star, that's fine. That just means TTDS moment. Alright, FAP. TV. 648 EM, that's fine. Alright. Let's go. I don't like the feel of Sucrose. You switch to it and you press E and you do a normal attack sometimes. I mean you don't like the feel of Sucrose. She's like 100 times less annoying than Bennett is. Oh, don't forget a double E. What the frick? I didn't E again. I just bursted because I saw energy. God damn. You get too much energy refunding on them at weird times. Whoops. That's funny. There we go. Okay, Brat. Wow. There we go. Did we not beat your time yet? What was your time? It didn't say it was a record. I don't know. 0 minutes remaining on the NA banner. Oh yeah, let me go whale on real quick. Wrap. Okay. Oops, I forgot to. Okay, we're fine. Alright, cool. Bap. What? How did I get? No, I did it again. God damn. Why does it keep happening? Oh, it's so funny that it keeps happening. Okay, it's fine. I gotta get the double E. My brain and the double E and the boy. Spending extra field time on it for no reason. Crap. Why did I do that? Why? What? It keeps happening. I see the icon because like it's like in my peripheral vision, right? And then it's in my peripheral vision, so I see it and I'm like, oh, press it because it like it's actually legitimately really screwing me up. Good luck with the other banner. Sorry, I want to try to get a sub like 60-second here, without being stupid. We'll go on poems only and get him shortly though. It's just pointing out how like C1 is kind of C1 with his weapon is kind of mucking with me. Oh crap! I didn't. Do. Oh, I won't make you wait that long though. But the gambit, don't worry. Oh brain. I just want to have one real try where I don't freaking burst on Flins by accident. I didn't get bad. No. Alright, anyways, if you level your Ino artifacts and get like a little bit more E on her, like if this was a E on her and then have her burst back immediately, it would be so much better off. What? But we're talking like a probably what, I don't know. I did it again. My god. Okay, whatever. We're talking like a probably 10-second plus time save by having better ER stats on Ino. Having to wait for energy there, like all kinds of minor time loss ironically just by having to wait on Ino. It's so close to. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. It's fine. I don't need to get a sub minute. It's obviously doable to get a sub minute, but no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I got used to C0. I did get used to C0. I got used to C0 in my eye was just because like I have a big display in particular, right? So like I was just paying attention to the visual. In the corner of my eye, not like consciously looking like directly at it, but just like I can see it and visually, and I'm also hearing a sound effect too, right? And the sound effect is different, to be clear, I think, for the big burst getting full compared to the mini burst. But then I was pressing his big burst like right before the doing another E to do a mini burst on him. So, anyways, it's a thing I will if I presuming I get C1 R1 on polearms only. I'll get used to it. It's not gonna be a problem. So, anyways, let's thank you for letting me try your C2 Flins though. He definitely feels like he's getting meaningfully bigger numbers. If you want to continue playing Bennett, you can continue playing Bennett, but I definitely recommend finishing leveling these noblesse pieces and then finishing leveling this circlet for Inefa, and even with a little bit of a cope crit rate, I think you will find it better. Obviously I level that too, but anyways, or maybe not, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it will be. Anywho's, thank you Cedrus for letting me on your account. Sure, that screen's fine. All right. Take a drinky drink here. We're going to okay, I don't like the chat here. We're going to do the chat like this. I don't like the chat being here for recorded videos. It's like too much screen space. Is my thinking. Alright, clear login information. Log into my main account. Okay. Alright, poems only, not main account. So you know what, we're just gonna get rid of the chat. Sorry. Not the fox. We're just gonna get rid of the chat. I will still see it, but it's not gonna be in the video. You have been suppressed. I am silencing you. Getting rid of your opinions. I don't want them. No snapping turtle? I mean, you can have a snapping turtle. Wow, that's not a snapping. I keep on clicking that. That's not a snapping turtle. It's a funky looking snapping turtle. Anyways, I keep on clicking. This is the like footage for the stupid loot bar ad. Which this is not a sponsored stream, but tomorrow's video will be sponsored. Anyways, goodbye, turtle. All right. Okay. Big day for polearms only. We have a new strong boy, a very strong boy, and what we want. So I have a little bit of a weird situation in that so capturing radiance is an important thing to plan. Capturing radiance is an important thing to plan around, and in case you aren't aware, when you trigger capturing radiance, if you trigger capturing radiance by like going to where you have 3 50/50 losses and then you get a guaranteed capturing radiance trigger, that is a circumstance where when the counter for how many 50/50s you lost in a row doesn't reset to 0, it resets to 1. But it's also possible to trigger capturing radiance at a 2 streak but it's not guaranteed at a 2 streak, it's only guaranteed at 3. And I don't know what happened last time when I triggered radiance. I know that I triggered radiance for C1 Escoffier. I know that happened. And then when wishing for C6 Eonson on the Emily banner from like version 5.7, I ended up losing 2 50/50s. So if the C1 Escoffier was a I don't know if the C1 Escoffier was a 3 streak 50/50 loss or not. If it was a 3 streak count, then that means I actually have a guarantee for C0 Flins because because of those 50/50 losses. All right, now I had a normal guarantee that I used for Inefa. So I might have a guarantee for C0 Flins. If it's not a guarantee for C0 Flins, so that means if we don't see the capturing radiance animation, then that's fine, because then it's just like mostly a normal 50/50 thing. And if we lose a 50/50, then that means our C1 Flins is guaranteed after we get the normal guaranteed C0 Flins. So my goal today, with the wishes I have, is I want to get C1 R1 Flins on polearms only. And the reason I'm going higher investment on and the reason I'm going higher investment on polearms only is because I already do higher investment things in this account. Like this is not a whale Darlikino. This is just we were able whatever. You don't need the whole story. The point is, when this account is like 3 years old, there's not that many units on this account that are like really good main DPS units to build the team around for like the current context of endgame. And Flins is a pretty impactful character for having a good team option, especially because we were lucky enough that Flins and Anefa were made to be teammates together, and Anefa, you know, released before him, whatever. You get the point. I don't have any cons on Anefa or anything. We might maybe consider that in the future. We might try to go for C2 Flins, but we'll see how lucky we get. And you might say going for C1 R1 is kind of greedy with only, you know, 19,000 Primo Gems. But we actually have an extra 23,000 hiding here. And that was thanks to a viewer who randomly gave me a $50 top-up bonus. And then I chose to ask Paimon's Bargains, who I'll talk about later in the video. Live stream people, you get to be free from the sponsor, because it's fine. But anyways, Paimon's Bargains, so they gave me the top-ups that I hadn't used last year, because I didn't really do any top-ups last year other than for buying this skin. So anyways, that's where those came from. I figured it made sense. Like, this account doesn't actually have much money spent on it other than getting Welkins, basically. And I do actually really want to point out that I would not have had to even do any top-ups to be able to have like 40,000 Primogens for Flins if I had made better decisions in the previous year. It's just there was such a really, really big gap from when they released polearm units that I chose to do silly things. Like, I don't actually regret going for C1 Escoffier at all. I think that was actually really, really desirable and kind of needed for like helping me have more compelling team options for clearing Stygian at like Fearless difficulty. But there was other decisions, like the decision to go for C2 Shenhe on her Chronicle banner, not on the actual rerun banner. That was like not a good decision, but that was a decision I made before we even knew about like Stygian Onslaught being a thing, so like I wasn't as worried about like min-maxing to the same extent I am now, because now the goal on polearms only is I want to clear dire difficulty eventually, and Flins is a really important component of that. We are not going to clear dire difficulty though, by the way, with the current Stygian, because the current Stygian it has 2 bosses that wants Hydra units, and we only have 1 Hydra polearm unit. So that's the main thing limiting my account a little bit right now, is having only 1 Candace. If I could duplicate Candace, I would. Alas. So yeah. Anyways, we'll get to the polling. We have, I think, what is the total polls we have? Our pity, I think, is basically nothing. Yeah, we have 3 pity. Check weapon banner pity. I did a few wishes for Anefa's weapon for an early. Yeah, okay. So we have 21 pity on weapon banner, and we don't need to save our star glitter, so we got 10 there, and we have 122 there. So plus more star glitter refund. So with the wishes I have that aren't paid wishes. Even though I didn't pay for any of them, other people paid for them. Sometimes it's nice being a content creator. For having silly accounts like this one, which are not my main account, and I don't really want to spend a lot of money on this account, right? So anyways, point being, we have like in the neighborhood of like 250 wishes at least before we factor in like star glitter refunds. So yeah, and we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we come out of this immediately with C1 R1 Flins, and I might do some grinding for C2 Flins if we need, or we'll just get lucky now. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah. Anything else? Anything else? I don't know. No. We'll do some testing here with Flins. But I think he'll be a fun character in this account, and will be valuable in the long term too. We'll see if we get more Hydra units in the future. That would be nice, so we have more team options for him, because right now it's kind of annoying that I can't like use Candace for an Escoffier team and Flins at the same time. It's really awkward, but alas. Anyways, we should go to the lighthouse, I suppose. I should have gone to the lighthouse before I did that whole yap, shouldn't I? Did I just curse my polls? Hopefully not. I feel like if anything cursed my polls, though, it's how absurdly lucky I've been on my main account without even specifically desiring it. That now that I specifically have a desire to get a bunch of 5 stars, the game's going to be like, no. You're going to 85 pity 4 times in a row. Like, what you're going to see today, you're going to see the first ever 78 pity weapon banner pull. You might be like, what do you mean? Weapon banner hard pity is 80 pity. Nope. Weapon banner hard pity is actually 77. It's literally not possible to go past 77. If it is actually possible, then there's a bounty, I believe, for proof of going past 77 pity. on weapon banner. As far as we can tell, it is literally impossible to go past 77. And so I don't know. I guess I would take that circumstance because if I get a bounty, I'll just get money for it. Anyways, I ran out of stamina. Uh-oh. No, no, don't die. Oh, we're fine. Okay, heal. We pretend that didn't happen. I didn't even full heal. Okay. Okay. But yeah, so for what it's worth, by the way, it's not really a big deal that we don't have Ino for Flins on this account, because Candace is not that much worse than Ino. Like, Ino C6 is definitely better than Candace, but not that much worse. And it's more important that, like, Candace can fit in the shorter rotations that Flins wants to do, like 16-second rotations. Her burst cooldown, right, is 15 seconds, so there's no particular reason. She basically functions very, very similarly to a pre-C6 Ino, or well, okay, she performs very, very similarly to a C0 Ino. If you have a Neph on the team, mind you. If you don't have a Neph, then you have to use Ino, or Lauma technically, but you probably want to use Ino. Anyways, let's just get into it. Enough yapping. We'll start with Flynn's. See how painful Flynn's C0 is, and then we'll probably go to pity on weapon banner, because yeah, this weapon banner doesn't have Fab Lance, which is a really, really big selling point to a weapon banner for polearms only, because in many ways the Fab Lances, even though I have a lot now, the Fab Lances are still impactful. I can get more R5s. It would be nice. I would really appreciate some Fab Lances, but anyways, get straight into it. What is the pity again? Sorry, 3. Okay, so this is 13. Okay. We can skip. We don't really care about anything unless we get like an off rate up. Rosaria, I think, is the only 4-star that's relevant. So, yep. And 23. Okay. Hello, Sucrose. 33. Hello, Sucrose. 43. Hello, Sucrose weapon. We gotten a single Ino? 53. Hello, Sucrose. Have we gotten anything other than Sucrose and Sucrose-related things? Like, Sucrose is great. On a polearm only account, not the most useful. Alright. What the? 4 stars? Jesus Christ. Alright, I think getting Sucrose is good, because I think I was getting Starblighter refunds from all the Sucroses. So, anyways. I believe this is 73. Okay. Fab. Not the right fab though. Alright, this should be pity. So if we see a capturing radiance animation here, it probably means that my Esco, because if you have a 100% guaranteed trigger capturing radiance, you will always see the animation. So if we see a capturing radiance here, it probably means that I had a 350-50 loss streak on Escoffier AC1. But if we don't see it here, it means that this is just like a normal 50-50 situation basically. Oh, okay. I think I was correct. Yeah. All right. Wow. Well, we got him. Unless there's 2. So now the struggle will be getting C1. Hello, boy.
Greetings. I am Kirill Trudemirovich Flins.
Easy name.
It is considered
Quadruple
good etiquette
Flins,
to
yeah.
give my full name when greeting important guests. But this no doubt leaves you wondering what to call me on a day-to-day basis.
Flins.
Well,
I will call you
Flins.
Flins.
I was customarily addressed as Trudemirovich by most.
He's still talking about his name.
For simplicity's sake, you can just call me Flins. That's my surname.
Okay. He just talked about his name the whole time. That's really funny. Hello, Sucrose. Hey, we got an Ino.
Are you here to play with
Our
me?
first Ino on this account. Wow. Crazy. Alright, sick. We got Flins. So yeah. Completely, well, I was going to say free to play. I mean, I had Welkin, so not completely free to play. Whatever. Not sin committed Flins acquired. So, yep, let's see if we can get the weapon too. It would be cool if we can get the weapon and Flins at a baseline. Even though, okay, C1, by the way, I think it makes sense to go over for the weapon first, technically. But we're going to go to pity at least once before we... We'll see what happens. I don't know. Anyways, weapon banner's pain. Tread with caution. Weapon banners, I think, only actually truly make sense to wish on if you... Fab Link. Sick. weapon banners only truly make sense to wish on if you can get value from both 5-star weapons in the banner, and a really good bonus would be if you can get value from like the 4-star weapons in the banner. Polearms only basically never have a situation where there's 2 5-star polearms though, so like I don't get a choice. Anyways. Wow. Earlies don't exist, and Fab Lances don't exist either, which makes me a little salty, but it's fine. This is 50-something. Okay. Hi, Noel. We don't have a C6 Noel in this account. Interesting. Okay. Ramp. Okay, yep, earlies don't exist. And neither do Fab Lances, and that makes me upset. Okay, we should do single pulls, I think. As boring as they are. We'll do a temple. We should do single pulls. We really should do single pulls, because like saving pulls for the Flynn's banner makes more sense. It's just more fun to... Okay. This is not the first time I've gotten Aqua in this account. And this is also not the first time... I have thrown away an Aqua on this account, if I recall. Bye. Yay. Well, cool. Okay. Well, here, let's use our Star Glitter before we dip into the Sin Funds. I mean, look, you know what? It's not Sin Funds. It's gifted funds. Kind of sponsored funds. But also not completely, because some of them were just from a viewer. So, like, anyway, whatever. You get the point. As I said, weapon banners pain. Should we just get the weapon, get done with that? Get done with the painful part? Oh, they're both painful, though. Oh, no. Oh, I mean, I deserve some bad luck considering what happened to my main account in the last few months, but, like, oh, come on, man. Polearms only used to get lucky on the weapon banner. It used to. I want to get his weapon. I just want that out of the way. It doesn't technically make sense to go for first, but I want it out of the way. Hi, Kachina. Oh, I don't have a C6 Kachina. How exciting. Can you give me a single Fab Lands? I like how this is the thing that insults me the most. It's like, it doesn't even give me the consolation prize. Like, frick you. It doesn't even give me the consolation prize of giving me some Fab Lances. No, it's going to give me every frickin' weapon banner weapon other than the... Okay. Well, it's a good thing we have the wonderful peoples of the viewer that gave me the top up, and then... Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you to the viewer, and thank you to Paimon's Bargains. I wish I didn't have to, but Mahoyo, frick you, Mahoyo said otherwise. Why? I can't, bruh. Hive. Why can't I didn't get a single bruh, I've done 100 pulls in this banner without a single Fab Lance. We're doing single pulls after this, by the way. Because I think we're near pity. I didn't get a single Fab Lance. Bro. Weapon Banner's pain. Frick Weapon Banner. It's worth mentioning. Here, I'll give you some numbers. If you have a Jade Spear, his SIG is like 15-ish%, I think, better. I don't remember exactly. Oh my god. I apparently was not at pity. Or the game's actually just trolling the ever-living shit out of me. Or where I was correct about going to 78 pity, which doesn't actually happen. What the okay, frick you. How? How did I not get it? I was so happy when I saw that Fab Lands on this banner, man. And then the game's just like, no, you for wanting to get... Literally, I would have been happy. Cool, I don't even care. I didn't even give you the respect, Mahoyo, of showing your stupid garbage animation. Sorry, you insult me. You're not even gonna give me one f***ing Fab Lance. One f***ing Fab Lance in like 130 pulls. F you and your stupid 4-star gacha system, Mahoyo. God, I hate 4-star acquisition in this game. Anyways, I will forgive you if we get at least a C1 Flins without terrible things happening. I mean, I'm not spending any more money, by the way, but, you know, it would be nice to get C1 Flins now so I can, like, have a real chance at getting high sucrose, at getting AC2 Flins by grinding. But I also feel like I'm just going to get slapped in the face. And I feel like people watching this going to be like, you deserve it for all lucky you got. Sure, maybe. All early. Okay. Alright, stop complaining. Manifest our wonderful boy. Easy. Hi, I know. Alright, sick. Alright, no more complaints. Well, I mean, I'm still really salty about the no flat blinds. Like, for real, actually. 130 pulls and 0 fab lances, bruh. But anyways, thank you for actually giving me a 50-50 win. for a C1 and an early 50-50 win. That's pretty nice. If you reward me even further, you are extra forgiven. Hi, Meekers. Okay. Hello, I know. I wanted to yell about the fab, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's not the weapon banner. Okay. Hello, I know. Are we gonna get your C6 actually? Not that it matters. I'm just curious. On like a numbers level. Okay. I think we have enough to get to pity for sure. Hello, I know. Yeah. Okay. Every time I see a fab that's not fab lance, it's kind of just triggering me now. It's fine. Hello, Sucrose. Sucrose means the next pull is blessed with Flins, right? I believe this is pity, if I kept track properly. I wasn't saying it aloud, but pretty sure it was. Hello, my boy, Flins, Kirill Krudimich. I don't know how that's how his name is pronounced. Easy. Okay, you know what? You're forgiven. We had a capture ratings guarantee, and one 2 50-50s, and one was a 30 pity. You're forgiven. I forgive you, game. You're forgiven. Okay. Acceptable results. I'm happy. I'm salty about the fab lands. I am. I like the 50-50 loss on the weapon banner is whatever. Weapon banner's pain, right? That's very whatever. Wow, sucrose. C3 Noel, alright. C3 EVA. That's a lot more EVAs than I have on my main account. Oops. Okay, actually, real question though. Because 4 stars are pain. Did I get a C6 I know? No. To be clear, I haven't claimed the free I know on this account. I haven't done the Archon Quest I know. But even with the Archon Quest I know, I didn't get C6 I know. This freaking game, man. This freaking game. Getting C2 of 5 stars and then not getting the freaking 4 star. Alright then, sure. It doesn't matter. It's a Polar only account. It really does not matter. It doesn't matter. But, like, really? Anyways, let me equip his garbage. Oh boy. I have a pretty good build available for him, by the way. Kachinga's currently holding the pieces. The flower can definitely be upgraded. I have a couple options for the flower, but kind of want like a... would love a 4-line version of this kind of thing. And then I would also like this is going to be hard to make any better. This is a really good piece. This timepiece is basically perfect. I have an option for an on-site goblet that I might try to reroll in the future, because that can let me use either a better off-piece flower. Why did I not equip this? I can use either a better off-piece flower or a better off-piece circlet. For now, I am just going to use this piece. If I feel like I ever need the more ER, I do have this goblet as well. Sacrifice a little bit of crit damage, you know, gain ER. Wow. And right now my circlet though is this piece, which, you know, yeah, I would like to have crit rate, but what he is currently looking at with, here, I'll put Jade Spear on because I have Jade Spear actually leveled. Bap. It's the same crit rate as a signature weapon, so I have 90% crit rate, and then when we ascend him, it'll be like over 200 crit damage, right? So this is a really good build with a lot of attack percent substats. Attack percent is really, really good on him, so it's a well-balanced build, yada yada, yappity yap. This is actually way better than you might give it credit for. This is like a piece that a lot of people would make the mistake of throwing away when like it would have been bad to throw it away. Anyways, 99 EM pisses you off. I like having 99 EM. I think that's funny. I don't know. It's symmetrical. Anyways, this is probably the build we'll stick with for a little bit, but I will continue trying to improve his build a little bit too. Right, give him his fancy stick. Perhaps. You know what the mistake I made with the weapon was? I pre-farmed for it. Because of the fact that like I had the resin to get the materials today, I was like, you know what? I'll probably get the weapon. Even if I get unlucky, I'll probably get the weapon, even if I have to grind for it. I didn't have to grind for it. Thanks to a sponsor. But yeah. Anyways. It was a good result. Like, we definitely got lucky with the 50-50 wins with getting C2 Flins, right? So, anyways, I do think, though, pre-farming for a weapon that you're not guaranteed for is a curse on your chances. It doesn't actually affect anything, to be clear. It just feels like it's a curse on your chances to actually get the things you want, right? I might have to farm the enemy. Let's see. Bap. I'm trying to think whether or not I care about... yeah, I have to go craft some things. Okay. I have to think whether or not I care about... Let's give him a star, by the way. My brain. I have to think about whether I care about activating his C2 immediately or not. Like, it's a Polar Molly account. I'm inclined towards just activating C2 immediately. But we should probably do some testing with C0 before we... be like, oh wow, he's so overpowered or something. I don't know. This whole stream, to be clear, I've done a whole bunch of testing with Flins at C0 already, but on other people's accounts, not on this Polar Mulni account. So I should probably wait, even though I want to kind of immediately activate it. Being patient is probably good. Or C2 R1 as well, it goes so hard. Oh, wait, I already read that before. You're missing the crit damage from his ascensions in your stat showcase? Yes. Oh, where? Alright, there we go. So, oops, I'm sorry, my boy. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'll listen to it later. So yeah, wait, level 90. Level 90. And 2340 attack. Without his weapon being leveled up, to be clear. Yep. There you go. Wait, why does he have less crit? Oh, duh, because the weapon's not level. Derp. So yeah, 223 crit damage. Wow. Crazy. Talents. So I have enough materials to level his anything. Only his burst talent matters, right? But I'm going to level his other talents more because it's not a downgrade to level his other talents. But it's definitely not something to be too concerned about. Like, mostly just his burst matters. So, yeah. But I have no reason not to take his other talents, at least to level 6 immediately. It's not that expensive. And on a Polar Molny account, you can be inefficient with your resources to do any and everything that gives you a tiny bit of extra damage. Even if it's only a tiny bit is not nothing. And sure, we can take this to, I guess, level 9. We don't have enough rooks, and I'm not going to convert those right now because I can't even make anything. Yep, there we go. That's where its channels are going to be for now. 6, 9, 10. Okie dokie. Do. Priority is C1, C2, R1? Yeah, yes. That would have technically been the correct order to go in. Okie dokie. Let's go craft some of these. You P Flins? I don't P Flins, but I did pull for Flins, if that's what you're asking. Should go switch to a Flynn team. Would make sense. Should probably put a Flynn team up here. You can go down here. Oops, I need to. Okay, gotta put it here. Boy.
A pleasure to fight by your side.
Yes, a pleasure indeed. Okay. Can this?
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
You so. I guess I should talk about the last slot in his teams, but anyways, Nefa, of course.
Complete.
Oops. Eonson, from my simple estimates, was definitely going to be the best option for the last slot in Flynn's teams. And I think that's actually even more so now that I'm going to have C2 Flynn's, which is cool. Because Red Shred has a little bit of... Stacking additional Red Shred is less strong past like the initial 10%. So anyways, point is, the only alternative basically for the last slot is Shao. And if Eonson was on Noblesse, which I might not always... Like, I'm probably never going to put Eonson on a Noblesse other than when I really need to for min-maxing purposes, which probably hopefully won't be that often. But if I put Eonson on Noblesse over Shao on VV, Eonson with C0 Flynn's, when I ran the numbers, was like 20% better than Shao, which is pretty significant actually. The only reason to use Shao then therefore over Eonson is because like Eonson is a valuable buffer for like say Arlecchino or even Sino. And so I probably won't always play Eonson. By the way, I think I'm going to order the team like this, not because it actually makes sense, but just because I like that it's a vertical line. The reduced descending height order. Anyways. Jello impact rated with a viewer count of 118. Hello, Jello. I just acquired, for everyone joining in, yeah, Wi-Fi bar team. I just acquired Flynn's on my Polar only account, and we're gonna go see if I can clear the. I don't think it was impossible for me to clear fearless difficulty, without Flynn's. And you might say, oh, it's the Futui. It's actually not the Futui. It's the crab. The crab is the pain in the ass on Polarms only. So I'm gonna use Flynn's against the crab. And hopefully Flynn's against the crab without activating his constellations. We did manage to get C2. Will work. But anywho's, we need to go here to craft all these. Sucrose is gonna get all of them doubled. 2 more. Okay, cool. I think that's enough. Don't know how many we needed, but hopefully that's enough. All right. Serenade Candice, yup. Silcomoon Serenade Candice. And Tenacity on Nefa. If you want the exact build, there you go. She might need more, actually, based on my experience using Nefa. Didn't think about that aspect much. So this is a really, really good Tenacity and Nefa build, specifically optimized around Staff of Scarlet Sands. But based on my experience using Nefa in Stygian before when I was testing, I feel like I might need more ER than that, but anyways. We'll try it like it's currently at least, and see how it go. Actually, okay, with triple Electro, with, you know, if I have Eons on the team, might be perfectly fine. Might be perfectly fine. Maybe. Crit rate too much on an F1? What are you talking about? You think this is too much crit rate? 101% crit rate is technically too much crit rate. 99 crit rate is not too much crit rate. And this is also very close to a 1-to-2 ratio. This build actually has too little crit rate. The ratio is actually worse. So, anyways. You might have been just joking, but yeah, here's the overall artifacts though. I wonder, do I have... Well, no, that already has a whack ton of ER. Shoot, okay. What do I have for attack goblets? Maybe I can do an attack goblet instead. Yeah, with 3 Electro it might be perfectly fine. Oh yeah, I have this I could use. Okay. It's an option. And then I have the option to do... If I really need it, I could do something like this. Well, no, I don't want to do more crit rate. Because guess I could roll that, but yeah, I don't have ideal options for getting any more ER. I already have quite a lot of ER for for this build, so we'll leave it like that for now. We'll see what happens with triple electro at least. Okay, so yeah. Anyways, tenacity on a Nepha, and then with a really good tenacity build, and then Silken Moon Serenade should be ideal. Bam. Alright, we're here with our badgers. Welcome, badgers. Mies. Oh, Mies rated. I see. Hello, Mies. The Mies viewers are more active than the Jello viewers. But I'm assuming most of Jello's viewers were probably AFK. Ah, frick. I need to craft more of these, and I need to go apparently fight some things. I already did the Star Glitter. Oh well. Well, we're gonna have to take a second. Hello, Mies viewers. Did you go for Flins or I know copies? More likely, Mies? Is that what you did? I feel like Mies went for I know copies. Probably. I have a tall male DPS I can finally use. It's the one thing I miss about not using jungling in Overworld is not having a tall boy to run around with. So, C0R1, or do you go for C1 as well? We had about 40,000 Primo Gems, and we got C2R1. The weapon banner sucked. The weapon banner for like the amount of pulls spent for the value gained from it was really garbage. But particularly because I have an R3 Jade Spear. But anywho's, ow. Right out. Productive. How many do we need? We needed like not many, right? Oops. 7. Okay, cool. Flins hated me the whole stream because I kept calling him a chud. Laudable pity. I see. What'd you get your Ino to though? If I wasn't making my really stupid video, I would be concerned about personally trying to get Ino C2. Would be what I would be aiming at, but why did it lean to the trash mobs rather than like the killers that have many more mobs? Whatever. They're so noisy. I'm gonna guess this person wants Flynn's materials, but I'm going to not let them in. I apologize because it's going to make it take longer. Only had 20 wishes for myself as mostly viewer polls. I see. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, why the heck does it target only the trash mobs? I wanted to target the big ones. What? No, don't. Okay. Xbox wings? Yeah. Please, free me.
The winds awaken.
Alright.
Leaves whirl round.
Oh, he has special dialogue when you talk to the lamps. Interesting. Okay. Wings, winkle diggles. Winkle dingles. Let's see. I don't have the symphony wings in this account, unfortunately. I mean, those are going to be the best ones, I think. I guess that's fine. I don't mind it. Alright. Wish for Ino copies in my main? Yes, but the video concept I'm making is gonna be how much money does it take to level 100 a character, and it's gonna be a heavy emphasis on don't do this, it's really stupid, please don't do this, I will smite anyone who says they gamba'd for level 100 characters because of me making this stupid ass video. Don't do this. And hey, we're gonna and part of the excuse of doing this is you get to vote on a poll to decide what character to level 100 of a selection of like 10 characters that I chose specifically because I'm not gonna let people choose Chi-Chi because I want it to be something that's actually fun. Like I can actually do something fun with a level 100, but I will let people choose between a bunch of low value level 100s. Like it's not something I'm doing because I want to empower my account. I'm doing it for the concept of this stupid video because I think it's a good video concept, and I presume I would hope I presume I will get Day Burst. So that I will get ramp. Back please. Oh yeah, dead. There we go. I will presume that in trying to get 3 Masterless Fortunas, that I will, hopefully, that I will get C6 Ino. I don't need C6 Ino. Actually, I would presume that I will get C2 Ino. That's all I actually care about. If I somehow end up with getting 3 Masterless Fortuna without getting C2 Ino, I will go insane. It will actually just make me crash out on reality. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna guess these are probably the last enemies we need to do. Actually, no, there's another like monolith thing. Oops. I can do nearby. Dia video still on the way? Yes. I already recorded it. I recorded it. It was going to be out this last weekend. The reason it didn't come out is because after I started editing it, I just like, sometimes I like record something and I just like feel like I'm yapping in a way that's like not focused enough for what the goal of the video is, right? And it just didn't make for what I would consider a good video. So the video was not scrapped. It just got postponed again. So, oopsies. That's my bad. All right, let's see if that was enough though. I mean, maybe that was enough without even having to craft them. Oh, it was definitely enough, but all right. But yes, the C6 Chevy Overvape team is very fun. And part of the reason I want Ino C1 and C2 is for that team. And yeah, if I wasn't making that stupid video, I would still be going for that. Even though it's dumb. Going for C2 Ino specifically. I don't know how many I need here, but I think it was only like 15 or something. Alright. Bam. There we go. Okay, level 90 weapon. Took a little while. And 2700 attack before any attack buffs. Wham. Alright. Nice 89% crit rate. We'll see if I can min-max this crit any further. I'm sure I will. But it's going to take some ideal artifacts. Getting the version of this that has, you know, it's a 4-line with crit rate attack percent will be ideal. Then getting a better flower, but for now we chillin'. It's not gonna make an insane difference to my general utility of him to have a much better build in at this point. I never even did the test run on this account yet. That's fine. We'll do that eventually. Okay. So let's go see if Mr. Flins can do what I was hoping he could do, which is clear fearless difficulty for me. Hello from Jello, Mr. Saruna. My apologies for the delay. I was locked follower only cage. Oh, I forgot that that's enabled by default. That's true. I should disable that. That's why all the Jello people weren't yapping. I am just gonna jot a note of that down. Disable, or not disable. Probably change the time or something. Well, maybe I will disable it. I don't know. Disable follower locked thing for new chatters on Twitch. Oh, it's just a command? Oh, cool. / followers off. Didn't realize it was just a command. Alright. I didn't even know it was enabled by default. Or maybe one of my mods enabled it. I don't know. Anywho's. I think he just turns into a lamp when you're idle. random thing. Got freaking red dots. Okay. Let's see how this goes. So, first of all, I mean... Actually, no. Sorry. Oh, I forgot I have to... I don't want to do that right now. I forgot I have to clear with this team still. Against the Drake. Which I'm like 99% confident is doable. Just annoying. Okay. But yeah, anyways, we're just doing Flins and Nefa Candace. But The difference being not much other than having Flynn's damage. See the Flynn's build, it's 2700 attack, 60 crit rate, so 90, with 220 crit damage. Let's see. Surely this is doable with ease, right? I should have timed that properly. Wow, my Nefa Hyper Bloom was definitely functional, but Flynn's plus a Nefa is stronger. Yeah. Brap. Okay. That landed in an okay spot. What? Why did it only trigger one? Okay. That is a terrible spot, but it might trigger more than one at least. That's all I want. Trigger 2 or 3. What the frick? What? You'll miss Lauma in Overworld? I mean, I think arguably Flynn's for Overworld teams is probably better if you use Llama. Because you can have damage that requires not as much energy on your characters. Alright, there we go, finally. Good lord. I really should have targeted this. Whoopsies. Oh boy. Come on. Forget to frickin' do the second E. If I don't need to stack, frickin' worry about the getting stacks on Jade Spear anymore. Okay. You just miss? Oh my god. Here, let your shield review. Where did those seeds go, by the way? Why did they not target him? Whatever. Okay. Tap. Okay. What? How? Oh, come on. Like... Yo, you really need to target... Oh my god. Are you actually serious, Yao-Yo? Yao-Yo. I hate this. I hate this boss. I really dislike this boss. If we get lucky, that might hit all of them. Nope. How? How did it... What? I will take 2 out of 6 for doing an attempt, but not 2 out of 6 with that pattern. I didn't eat. Oh boy. Yeah, regular Flynn's team with Yao-Yo and I just... Oh, it should be easier to do this for the investment. What? How did I not get a bloom? Oh my gosh. Don't blame Yao-Yo as the bunny, that's true. Is Uruguay. Sorry. Okay. Please just properly... How do I not have energy? Please. Yao-Yo, like, can you target the thing that I was like... Like, I love that this just never got targeted, even though it's just... I did that too early. Whatever. Might still trigger 2 depending on... Nope. Yeah, he has a great character design, not kit. I mean, her kit is fine. It's problems with this enemy more than his kit design. Yaoyo, most Dendro units that aren't named Lauma interface with this boss in a just miserable way. So, like, I don't know what to say other than that. Okay. Like, the amount of time that takes to launch, right? It's so, like, it's so chill towards Lauma in a way that really kind of pisses me off. Okay, I would really like to burst something. Okay. First, thank you. May not have been worth it to wait the time for that. What? You've got to be kidding me. Oh wait, Yaoyo lasted long enough. I might have. There's a small chance I might have been able to get through that with the Yaoyo. No, she didn't apply Dendro to enough of them. Never mind. As long as it never comes back to Sujin, I'm fine with the design. Yes, I agree. If this literally never shows up again, I am fine with it. Great. You've overstayed your welcome. If you dare show up an additional time, ever. Okay. I'm not going to... Oh, right here. Yeah, okay. What? Why not use Emily instead? What? What do you mean? Oh, for just like a generic Dendro application? I don't think it's going to work any better, but the reason is because we need Emily for the we need Emily for the Aeon Blade Drake.
Too easy.
Oh. Wow, we hit 2 things at least. Okay. You can put Yaoyo there. Okay. And surely you can figure. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. Heal. Oh, I should have waited for that. Whatever. Put Dendro on everything. Frick you. Frick the crab, man. Frick the crab and everything about how that enemy is designed. Okay. Can we finish here? And then, because I want to be able to finish, and then I can, like, test things. We really want to get... wait, is Zhongli still in Deepwood? I gotta double check that. That kind of matters. God damn it. I didn't double check Sino's build. Sino actually doesn't have the right stuff, does he? Oh, I also in Neff I had Staff of Scarlet Sands. I think I might have wanted to get that to Sino. Might be fine. Okay. Can you go to your next phase, bro? Like you're under the threshold. Bro, you are under the threshold. You have been under the threshold for 5 years. I didn't want to have to burst on Sino, but apparently I should have. Oh my god. God damn it. Flins is Giga cracked. He can clear dire difficulty at C0 R0. Every new unit can clear dire difficulty at C0 R0. So far. I believe. Well, sorry, no, Skirk couldn't. I forgot. I forgot Skirk couldn't. Not without some really sweat. I mean, there is people that did it, but it was really sweaty. Flins is definitely easier than Skirk was. So, anyways. Yeah, I think that is intentional. Okay, let me double check Sino's in everyone's build. Yeah, you're on Deepwood. Okay. You should be on Noblesse. Yeah, okay. You are on ER timepiece. Can we get away with non-ER timepiece? That kind of matters. What's your crit situation looks like? Ugh. I don't really want to remove ER from you. I don't want to remove ER from you, but not having crit on the circlet is sad. Okay, but 75, 205 is probably doable. With attack percent timepiece. Okay. Just have to make sure I get the energy up properly. God damn it. How is that not... Okay, I want to figure out getting Zhongli's pillar to keep up Deepwood at the start. Like that's a bunch of like valuable time that's kind of important at the beginning. Right here. Frick you. I love the fact that Zhongli pillar just doesn't function. Against half the enemies in the game. That's bro. Okay. I guess I need to get it to target one area and then walk to the left and okay. What I'm gonna do is this. Get the Emily going. Okay, let you do that, and then I swear to you I pressed on the keyboard to turn Zhongli's ass around before I did that, but okay, hopefully that hits somewhat, and now it's 5 miles away. Maybe it's just not worth even thinking about. tunneling going here, which is probably not ideal, to say the least. Definitely do that better. Just maybe not do this. Should have picked up the pepper maybe, but that refreshes Deepwood. Oh, this is a C2 Sino, by the way, for what it's worth. I know we ran out of Zhongli shield here. It's obviously doable, but yeah. Oh wow, we got the pillar to stay. Crazy. Alright. Make sure we do you, get particles. No, we didn't have burning going on. Okay, it's fine, we didn't lose any damage. Okay, do this. This. Bam. I don't know if taking that time was worth it, but we'll see. We get additional. Oh, we get a lot of additional overload damage, so it's definitely worth it. No crap. Okay. I should have refreshed things, various things. Okay. This, I guess. Oh, you're not gonna actually. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay. Sino Constellation. Your favorite Sino Constellation, the one that gives energy to everybody except for Sino. Does he have a... What is that like C4 or something? That's hilarious. Yeah, I probably want Chungling Burst for the last phase too, you know? Bruh, do you have Fav on you, Zhongli? How did you not trigger Fav? Oh my god. You know what? Wanna know what would have been nice right now? Fav refinements. If only there was a weapon banner that had Fav on it, that I was wishing for a 5-star polearm on it, that would give me Fav refinements. What just happened there? I miss because I want to get Deepwood up. Okay. Please. There we go. Nah, this is not it. I should have just gone and tested the Fatui. Tested Flins against the Fatui. Because I just, to be clear, I wanted Flins did what I expected, which is he made it actually very, very easy, no, not very easy dealing with RNG of crap, to potentially clear Fearless, whereas it was like questionable before. Maybe possible, but super questionable in Nightmare. I just, sorry, my brain. Oh. How about ideas Deepwood Toma? It's maybe better because of energy for Xiangling. But the Red Shred from Zhongli I think is better. I thought I tested Toma briefly before, but should maybe be avoiding reset. We need to simulate what we had in the first couple attempts. Alright. The Xiangling burst lined up a little bit better towards the end there, might have been good. I hate, like, it takes so much time to go behind it though. Okay, let me try. Do this. I'm gonna walk over here anyways, yeah, okay. Xiangling. I don't know about the Xiangling timing there. What if I just save Xiangling to this phase? That. God damn it, Sino. God damn it, Sino. If you min-max artifacts, I think they already are min-maxed. Like, what, this? I don't think the ER is the issue there on Sino. Need some extra crit on Sino? Sure, we can try the less ER. Go even less ER, more crit on Sino. Sure. Yeah.
Solidify.
Okay, that was just poorly timed. I think we wait for Shungling here. Okay. I should have done that. Whoops.
Solidify.
God. Oh, Flynn's overburn. Yeah, maybe that's better. But then I don't have anything for the crab. I mean, I was able to Burgeon D of the crab. Maybe I should just Burgeon the crab. It's mostly a joke. But maybe. Is there a way I can make Flynn's overburn work? There probably is, because you can do. I think Farina, Bennett, Emily, Flynn's probably can be made to work, but I don't think Flynn's overburn works in this account. Do you have Escoffier? I do. You think putting Escoffier in instead of is that what you're thinking? Instead of Sino? I swear you might be right. You might be right. That might be a lot better. I didn't even think about that. Oh god. This is gonna be really sad if this is better, by the way. This is gonna be really sad if this is better. I feel like I tried this before and it wasn't better. But it might actually be.
Solidify.
I ever get... Oh, I took that one. I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. Okay, do this.
This will brighten up the place. Off to the freezer.
Yeah. Oh no. This is like, I don't know if this is the best showing of the state of Genshin Impact. The fact that I was struggling and struggling and struggling to clear with a C2 Sino. Meanwhile, put a Scopier in the team. You have Dender Res right now, don't you? That was dumb. Alright, we haven't quite gotten it here. Is it gonna get it first try? Kinda don't have much energy on the Scopier. Wow, we barely didn't get it. But it was definitely better. It was definitely better. Did you get Flins? Yeah, I would like to go back to playing Flins. I'm trying to beat Fearless difficulty. I used Flins a second ago to help clear Fearless. I just... okay. Anyways. I should maybe have ER on Escoffier because more ER, not just a ton of ER, to be clear. Just enough that I can burst more regularly because of her signature weapon attack buff, right? She already has 130 though. I'll just leave her where she is. I can maybe try to funnel more to her. Yeah, it's a C2 Sino as well. Bruh. C2 Sino, and like his kit was fully working. We were getting aggravates, and we were getting overloads. I just... why'd you teleport? Should really made sure Sophie got that on field, but whatever. Shuttling up them there was not very good. Oh, I didn't time that quite well. I was trying to get that land right before I did Thresh Shred, but oh well. I also didn't time that well, I don't think. It was not terrible, I guess. Okay, we cleared with time to spare the second try. That's so sad. And like, that's a C1 Escoffier, but C1 Escoffier doesn't do anything in that team. Oh. That team is better than Sino Overburn this account. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. Goose on the loose. Yup. Alright, well hey. I cleared Fearless difficulty, that's something. Let's exit out and we can see how I want to see how Flynn's goes on dire difficulty with polearms only, without activating its con. So just C1. Sorry, just with just R1. But yay, we got a feather. How exciting! I do intend to use those feathers probably to improve Flynn's build, and Flynn's earned it. He's the one that earned that feather, so they're gonna be used for him. But boy, do I not necessarily feel happy about how we did that. Oh god. Okay, anyways, sorry. Dire difficulty, let's go. We can clear 2 of these dire bosses, by the way, I'm pretty sure, because Arlecchino can probably clear the Aeon Blight Drake, but we can't clear the Crab. Crab is, like, as far as I'm aware, nobody has cleared the Crab at dire difficulty without using Lauma or Nahi the C2. So, on a polearm only account, get effed. That's what it means. Or, like, really super high. I'm sure people have done, like, to be clear, without, like, with... If I had C6 Flins and C6 Ineva, I'm sure I could probably clear the Crab without. But, you know. You know what I mean, right? Whatever. Anyways, we'll use Eon Song because Eon Song should be better on paper, but it's possible Eon Song is worse for this boss if we don't get our buff right away. Like our energy. Sorry. Where is Candace? There we go. Yep. Eon Song. Oops. Alright. Who cares about synergy and kit? Just be OP? Yeah, just do a bunch of damage and have reactions that synergize. I mean, like on some level, the fact that that team worked as well as it did is a showing of, to be clear, that was like with a C3 MLA, mind you. But it is a showing of like, yeah, you can just have beneficial reactions going on and highly invested character builds, and yep, it can go. It go burr. It's just, you know. Should Escoffier be that good in that context? I don't know. Why is she a better main DPS? I mean, not a main DPS. Why is she better than Saito? Oh, it's fine. Uh-oh. Oh. No! No! One, we didn't... Wait, did we get Candace Burst? I don't think we did. Eon-san, you need to not do that. Okay. Oh, you see it? There we go. Okay. Apparently need more energy on Candace for this dire difficulty. That. Yeah, that's a lot of waste of time in the shield breaking phase. Not that far away though. Oops, that was probably not ideal. Do not think I'm going to get energy. Nope. Yeah, that energy, I guess. It's not that far away. But I definitely need more energy, I think, on Candace to have a real chance at this. That's unfortunate. We'll try Shallow instead, to be clear. Escoffier better than St. Lolly. I mean, St. Lolly's better... calling them better is weird. Like, I don't know. They're very different contexts. I didn't have, yeah. She cooks for a living. It's true. Yeah, like yes and no. Yeah. I'd say Escofia is more of an archetypal enabler on her own and has a lot of good generic utility. But her generic utility for like being like a melt enabler isn't anything like I don't know why I'm not Eon something. Isn't anything like what's her bucket is. By the way, so this is a context where Eon Son on Noblesse is absolutely something I should be doing. I didn't have to go to Candace yet. God damn it. Escofia has more value as a character for an account than Lolly. I mean, I think it depends on your account at the end of the day. They ultimately fulfill very different roles. God damn it. So, it's a little weird, but like I agree with you where you're coming from like it would affect my options for teams on my account that are like because I want a lot of team options, right, to be able to clear Stygian, for example. And what I want to do, I need to do a hold E, second E. So like it would significantly reduce like the compelling team options I have on my main account, right? Okay. If we could get through... What the frick? Oh, did we lose Candace? That's why. Okay. If we could get through that second shield properly, before having to do the second E on him, I think this would be very doable. But, you know, this might be a... Really? Okay, I guess it works. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, if only there was a sack poem indeed.
You support something. I warn you.
Pin them down.
Are we now triggering Candace C6? I just noticed. Are we not triggering Candace C6? Yes, I did my polls already, by the way. I just noticed Arlo Freers in the chat. Her C6 should be rigging. Oh, it's because it doesn't work against the shield. Yeah. Okay. Candace C6 works, it just doesn't work when against the shield because Candace C6 has the enemies have to take.
Use of force authorized.
So yeah, I remember. Yes, I remember Candace C6 doesn't work against shields. Okay. I have lost my desire to try to clear Dire without activating his constellation. Really? You just pushed me away, bro.
You support something. I warn you. Looks like violence.
Okay. That was questionable. Not really what I intended, but... We're gonna get energy? Oh, we did. Holy. Alright. bruh. Oh, I need like 20% more ER on Candace. Okay, I could clear Dire with this team. With C0 Flins, I'm pretty sure. Put Noblesse on Eons on. Get more ER on Candace. Okay, I'm gonna try to do that. Not right now, but I'm gonna try to do that because this video is probably gonna be posted on the weekend. So I think I would like to end off this video. Right. I believe I would like to end off this video trying to clear the Fatui at dire difficulty with C0 R1 Flins on polearms only. I might have to tweak your build a little bit too, but you on Noblesse is something I need to look at. The only problem is I think I have less ER. I have there's some kind of compromise I think I've had to make if I do Noblesse on you, but I know Noblesse is a significant upgrade for Flins. We should check what Chow performs like actually quick. But obviously Noblesse instead of Cinder City I think should be better. And ER on you is just a question of can I get more ER rolls? I do have this, which does have more ER, so use that for one. It's an ER timepiece that has 20 ER. That has 20 ER. Okay, so it's basically just get more ER on the flower feather. Okay. Okay. Can level this at least. Okay, that's fine. I accept that. Even lower crit rate, but hey. 52 crit rate is theoretically fine with Fav. Alright. Fine. We'll check your Noblesse build now. Attack percent, crit rate ER. Crit rate ER. What the frick, by the way? There's a reason that has a star on it. I think that's because it's like such a perfect piece. Oh boy. Anyways, C6 only activates during her burst. Was there no burst active during the time it seemed? There was no burst active because Candace C6 requires when characters affected by Candace's burst buff deal elemental damage using normal attacks. It doesn't have to be hydro normal attacks. It just has to be elemental damage using normal attacks, which Flynns does. A attack wave will be unleashed that deals AoE hydro damage every 2.3 seconds. But it says deal elemental damage. So when enemies have a shield, you're not dealing elemental damage, therefore it doesn't trigger Candace C6. So, yeah. What I did there was I did try to at least make sure before I activated Flynn's skill and doing a normal attack with a hydro-infused normal attack before activating a skill for him to have electro-infusion, right? Because a hydro-infused normal attack will, you know, at least sustain the lunar touch a little bit longer. That's how I got it. So, anyways, 22 ER with some attack percent, no crit rate. That's 3.5, but okay. Oops. I feel like my crit rate's gonna be kind of cooked. Or my ER, one of the two. I kind of want to use a reroller on this, not gonna lie. Oh, I kind of want to use it, level this to 20 and use a reroller on it. I'm like, what the frick? Anyways, ER would really like crit rate substat with ER rather than crit damage. But don't think I have that. Alright. Attack percent. Yeah, it does, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, but LOL, where's my crit rate substats? That's still probably the best piece I can have here. 10.9, 17.5. Okay, yeah. Well, we need it. Let's see, what's your crit rate at? Noblesse, 240. That's probably more ER than I need. Okay. That's way more ER than I expected on a noblesse build. Okay. Oh wait, I put an ER type piece in here. I'm stupid. Yeah, derp. No, we want to do an attack type piece. Yeah, this piece. 34 crit rate, 207 ER. Okay. With no energy refunding from 2-piece scroll. So that's quite important to keep in mind. Alright, we can try it like that. I don't know. The crit rate is super low, but she hits enough with E normal attack Q that it should be fine. Okay. And she's a little bit less attack than I had on my scroll build, but we're getting more attack total by the fact that we have noblesse buff going on. So we have tenacity and noblesse, and then her passive is an additional 60% attack. That should max out her buff. Well, as long as I can keep up the movement. So we'll see what happens quick. You always find a way to put Candace in a team. I mean, as a Polearm only account, she's my only option here. But Candace is a very good alternative. If you don't want to do anything with Ino for whatever reason, because Ino can be a little bit... Candace can be, I think, a little bit smoother to use than Ino C0, probably. If you already have, like, Candace C6 leveled and equipped, but she's also, like, way more annoying to build and use, I would say. And clearly has a pretty significant problem against this boss with her C6 even, so, like, Candace with C6 can be equivalent-ish to Ino. A lower constellation Ino, but more specifically a C0 Ino. So I don't know, like most normal accounts you should just use Ino. I like Candace, but the synergy isn't so like, it doesn't have so much fun nuance or anything. I think I would prefer Candace over Ino if Flins could actually have a Hydro infusion permanently. That would be fun. We can get away. Yeah, we can. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do normal attack first. Yeah, see, we didn't have Lunar Charge going, but I think we do the normal attack with Candace. It's fine. With Candace up. Okay. Brant. I forgot to frick. God damn it. You know what might make sense? This sounds a little crazy. I think there's an optimization here with using his big burst. So we do this, again trigger path. Where I use his first normal attack. Because we really need the Hydro, right? Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Alright, and then we switch. No, we don't have. Damn it. What I really wanted was energy up on Flins. Because I wanted to be able to use a big burst on him. That's what I wanted. Okay, never mind. We just have to do what we did before. Damn it. I was hoping I would like be able to get energy back after, but it's kind of cooked. 0 energy start makes it too annoying. Okay. Decent. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Whatever. why I'm staying on field with him, being dumb. See how close we get. Interesting. Okay. I think I can optimize it. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I'm pretty sure I can optimize that down. I think I can do it. I think I can do a C0 or 1 clear. We'll see if I can end the video off with that, but it's going to take some practice. We will compare just in case. Maybe Xiao is just a lot better here because of like the shield breaking phase. So Xiao is on a VV. Oh, don't I scroll it down? Xiao is on a VV build on Fav, so just like funnel Fav particles, whatever. All right. C6 makes his burst do big damage. What do you mean? It's his base kit that makes his burst do big damage. Oops, I should. Oh, he's summoned lightning. Yeah, I don't think Xiao's better for the shield. I think he is just worse in general. Try something different. Nope, didn't work. Still too slow. Okay.
Use the force off. I warned you. Looks like violence.
I don't know why I did that. What does a C6 do? By burst, I mean big burst. I really need to read his kit.
Use the force off.
If you want to use his big burst, you want to play him at C0. Yeah, as soon as you get a C1, there's less reason to use his big burst. His big burst, though, does a little bit more damage, but it's split across more instances of damage than one of his mini bursts do. But the reason you want to use his big burst sometimes is because he has an 80 energy cap, and 60 energy is what you use if you're doing 2 mini bursts per rotation, normally. And with doing, I honestly don't even think I need to. It's very clearly a lot worse for the shield, so I don't even think I need to bother with Xiao here. Only reason to use Xiao here is if I need to free Eon Sun for another team. So, anyways, yeah, the reason to use Flynn's big burst is because Flynn's big burst will. You will accumulate some extra energy at certain times that it will make sense to use his big burst at certain times. I used his big burst when I was on one of my viewers' accounts to clear dire difficulty. It did make sense. We kind of had like borderline, like enough ER that we almost failed it, to be clear, in that instance, but we still barely got there. And I think it was optimal to use there. But you can end up getting extra energy, enough extra energy and generating enough energy in a sequence of doing its things, and it depends on your team a little bit. Like if you're playing with someone with Fischl, for example, you're generating so many extra electric particles on field. I think Fischl makes it a lot easier to consider doing that. And you could also consider using Fav on him. Like Fav can be competitive with his or with the best craftable weapon for him, the new craftable weapon. And if you are bursting every other, doing a big Q every other rotation. So, anyways. But yeah, with C1, you want to do 3 mini bursts for 90 energy. rather than basically ever doing a big burst. C6 is just damage upgrade. C6 is just damage upgrade. That's what C6 is. It's a boring C6, that's for sure. So yeah, I don't know. He's a fun character. I'm gonna go record I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna record a really stupid wishing video of wishing on the wishing on the banner for getting a level 100 character, and that video is hopefully gonna be out tomorrow. It might be delayed by like a day, depending on getting the go-ahead from the sponsor. The sponsor doesn't need to review the whole video, they just need to review the ad read. They're like, yeah, does this ad read sound good to you? Yeah, cool. So I need to go finish that quick and send them that. But anyways, he's a fun character. We'll probably, we should be doing a stream for Theater tomorrow, because Theater reset is tomorrow. And that's with the new like Luna difficulty, which we're not going to do on Poems only, because I don't have enough characters here. But we will do it on my main account. We'll see how that is. That'll be interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I like the boy. He's fun. But yeah, I still feel the same about like his potentially restrictive teams, but I don't know. I ended up liking his gameplay more than I kind of thought it would. It feels similar to Vressa in some ways, but also feels quite different. And the fact that you're relatively free to time his mini bursts at different times, and the fact that he's like an attack scaling unit that isn't reliant, like you can play, you know, Eon Song with him like I am, but he isn't reliant, and Eon Song isn't even best. If I had Sucrose would be better here, right? Yada yada. I think he's a potentially valuable unit in that level. Being a DPS that doesn't rely on the same kinds of core supports as some of the other DPSs in the game rely on. But yeah. Anywho's, that's I think all I got about the boy. It was an enjoyable day. I streamed way longer than I intended. We will hopefully have a video coming out. I don't know what I'm gonna do for him for a shenanigans video, honestly, though, because like I don't know there's much to do with him other than be like, hey, here's him being really bad in a Shivers team, except when you fight the Tulpa. Like I don't know. I don't know what to do for a shenanigans video with him. Like Flins without Hydro, but Flins without Hydro is just gonna be not great. I don't know. I can do plunge Flint. Maybe I'll just do plunge Flins because like, oh, I see you, Hoyo. You say I can't do plunge. I say, frick you. Wait, actually, question. No, you have to mini burst to do that. Shoot. I was trying to think, is there a way I can do? All right, sorry, you have to skill. Sorry, what I was saying. To be able to mini burst, you have to skill. What I was trying to think though is like, can I do mini burst gameplay and do plunge gameplay if I like swap out of him? And I can, but it's like I do one mini burst and then I do pyro plunges after. I can do like Farina, Bennett, Flins, Shanyun, do over vape. Over vape Flins. But it's not really over vape, it's just LOL, we can get one mini burst. We can do a half mini burst, right? Instead of 2 mini bursts. And then, oh, you said I can't plunge on him? Well, fine. I'm going to plunge him anyways, because I want the sparkly sound effect. But I don't have Flins on my main account, so I can't actually do that. That's the problem. But that would be probably what I would do. And maybe I can borrow someone else's account to do that, if I want to make that video. So, I don't know. Sparkle on the plunge is funny. Anyways, he's a fun boy. I think this is probably, as far as the male DPS, I think a lot of male DPSs are cursed with not being very good in Genshin, and I think this is the first good one we've had in a while, other than Nubilet, of course. Nubilet's pretty good, but Flins has the ability to be stronger than Nubilet, I think. So in a way that feels more main DPS-y than Nuvilet does. Nuvilet is still thing has a interesting team building nuance. Like there's a reason the meme of new character, new Nuvilet buff exists, and that's just because Nuvilet is generic, synergizing with a lot of different team building formats. So, yeah. Anywho's, they made him like child. If they made Flynn's like child, oh, you mean like the no plunging? Oh, does child say he can't plunge either? That's funny. Anyways, yeah, not being able to plunge is. I think the only reason they made him not be able to plunge is because they didn't want Shan to be a best in slot teammate, right? Because his normal attack damage, despite how flashy these animations are, very flashy, doesn't actually do that much damage. Like extremely over the top normal attack animations that don't do much at all. Right. And they wanted people to be forced to do, right, this. Rather than plunge. And if he could plunge, because of the fact that they didn't make his normal, and didn't want to make his normal attack multipliers do anything meaningful, it would have meant that I think Shan Yun could have been his best in slot teammate over Sucrose. Maybe. Maybe. It's a big maybe. And like I don't even know if it would have been. Maybe that'd be a question for Zajeff. He could probably plug that into a spreadsheet. Be like, hey, if Flins could plunge, would Shan Yun be the best in slot teammate over Sucrose? And it's not even a guarantee. It's a big ass maybe because Sucrose is so good for him. Like the EM buffs from Sucrose are really good. But it's possible that the additional motion value that Shan Yun provides with the plunges would be better than the EM buff that Sucrose provided. And I don't know. So it's kind of lame. I don't know. I think if Shan Yun was gonna be better, it would be like borderline better than Sucrose. And in my opinion, kind of not better in practice because of like Flynn's wanting to do fast rotation teams. Like I kind of don't think it would actually be better in practice due to forcing longer rotations. Does Shan Yun force 18-second or 20-second rotations? I don't remember. Either way, it's not great. So it's a weird aspect to his kit. But that almost means like I'd be more tempted to trying to do a video of can't plunge? How about I do anyways? So maybe that'll be a video. Maybe that'll be a video. But it'll probably have to be on someone else's account because I don't have the resources even if I got them on my main account. But yup. Anyways, enough yapping. I gotta go take a break and then record the video. I've been doing the stream for 5-6 hours and gotta do more work before I sleep tonight. So theater stream tomorrow. Bye bye. No, I'm not rating because I don't have the energy. I'm sorry. Well, maybe. Well, no. Well, I'll click the raid button, see if anyone pops up automatically. Anyways, bye.